or a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.
Good morning and welcome to the recess meeting of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners. This is November 3rd, 2021. It is 10:04 a.m. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Chairman Rob Pitts.
Present.
Commissioner Liz Houseman.
Present.
Commissioner Bob Ellis.
Present.
Commissioner Lee Morris. Vice Chair Natalie Hall. Commissioner
Present.
Commissioner Marvin Arrington Jr. Commissioner Khadijah Abdul Rahman. Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Please rise for the invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Almighty and gracious God, we are grateful for this day, for your continued grace and mercy, for sustaining our lives, our health, our strength. We pray now your peace and your power upon all those who are present. Continue now, Lord, to guide, lead, and insist upon these, your leaders, your power and your presence. It is in your name we humbly pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, continue.
On page 2, consent agenda. 21-0845, adoption of the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered routine by the County Commission and will be enacted by one motion. No separate discussion will take place on these items. If discussion of any consent agenda item is desired, the item will be moved to the regular meeting agenda for separate consideration.
Any items? Commissioners? Any changes? Anything should be pulled off the consent agenda? If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda. Motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Hausman. Please vote.
And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. On page 5, regular meeting agenda, 21-0863, adoption of the regular meeting agenda.
Any items? Commissioners? All right, motion to approve by Vice Chair Hall, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Cast your vote, please.
And the vote is open.
Oh, yeah.
And the motion passes, 4 yeas,
So-
5 yeas with the chairman.
You get record me as voting yes? Okay.
21-0864, ratification of minutes, regular meeting minutes, October 6th, recess meeting post-agenda minutes, October 20th, 2021.
All right, any additions, corrections? None. Motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Vice Chair Natalie Hall. Please vote.
And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 21-0865, presentation of proclamations and certificates. The first proclamation is recognizing Imara Kennedy Appreciation Day, sponsored by Vice Chair Hall.
Oh, there we go. All right. It is an honor. It was fun celebrating your birthday with you at the Hammond's house, and congratulations on your new home. And it's an honor to, you're not going to start crying on me, are you? All right. All right. And the proclamation reads, whereas W. Imara Kennedy was born on October 21st, 1971, and was raised in Atlanta, Georgia, and spent his early academic years at Woodward Academy in College Park, and later graduated high school from Northside School of Arts. He then earned his associate's degree in journalism from Atlanta Metropolitan College, his Bachelor of Arts degree in mass communications from Georgia State University, and is currently in pursuit of his master's degree in philanthropy and nonprofit management from Loyola University in Chicago, Illinois, my hometown. And whereas Imara currently serves as the National Director of Communications and Community Engagement for AIDS Healthcare Foundation, and previously served as the Area Development Director for the Atlanta Regional Office of the United Negro College Fund, and VP of Programming and Strategic Partnerships for the National Center for Civil and Human Rights. His career in government began when he served as Special Projects Coordinator under the administration of Atlanta Mayor Bill Campbell and Special Events Director under the administration of Atlanta Mayor Shirley Franklin. And whereas Imara currently serves as Chair of the Black Leadership AIDS Crisis Coalition, Board Chair for the Bronze Lens Film Festival, and Chair of the Hammonds House Museum Board, he's a member of the Corporate Volunteer Council of Atlanta, the National Center for Civil and Human Rights, Aid Atlanta, Alliance Theaters Advisory Board, Horizon Theater Company Board, the Joseph and Evelyn Lowry Institute for Human Rights, the Rialto Center for the Arts, the Atlanta Jewish Film Festival, and he is a member of the Fulton County Arts Council. And whereas Imara has received numerous awards and honors, including being named an Outstanding Atlantan in 2002, a Man of Distinction by Atlanta Tribune, one of Georgia Trend's Best and Brightest 40 Under 40, and is an award-winning film director and television executive producer. He is also an active member of the Baha'i Faith and lives his life in accordance to a quote from the Holy Writings that service to humanity is like service to the kingdom of God. Now, therefore be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners commends Imara Kennedy for his illustrious career, his steadfast dedication to his fellow citizens, and celebrates with him and his family and friends on the occasion of his 50th birthday, and does hereby proclaim Thursday, October 21st, 2021, as Imara Kennedy Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Congratulations and happy birthday.
Good morning. First and foremost, I know it's a little taboo, but I really do have to give thanks to God. Because as we know, especially over this last year and a half, there's not many that could say they were able to wake up this morning and be given the breath of life for another day. So I truly do honor God for just that opportunity. And secondary to my mother, Jamila Kennedy, who is here with me and who really has been my continued supporter, obviously for the last 50 years, along with my father, Walter William Kennedy, who made his transition about 6 years ago. And I really say that because my parents got divorced when I was young, and my father got remarried, and I also honor my other mother, Pat Kennedy, because I never understood when people talked about a broken family, because we were truly one family. And I further thank the village. I grew up in Fulton County here in Metro Atlanta. I love this community. There have been great things that have happened in this community, not only for me, but for so many young men and women, not only men and women of color, but men and women from across the spectrum. And it just speaks to everything that I think that this community is about. Great leaders have come from this community. Great leaders will continue to come from this community. And I am very honored, Commissioner Hall, for this proclamation. As I told her when she initially presented it, it was very much a surprise because I'm the one that's supposed to be contacting her and the other commissioners for giving a proclamation to others. I also want to thank the entire Board of Commissioners, and particularly Commissioner Marvin Arrington Jr. I have had the bounty and the blessing to continue to serve out one of my greatest passions, which is to continue to support art and culture and be a conduit and liaison for the great D5 for Fulton County. And I thank Commissioner Arrington, who I know, hey, Commissioner, who also celebrated his birthday. Commissioner, I don't know if you're publicly stating your age, but I do, and the entire Board of Commissioners. I mean, through this service and through the service of other opportunities, I have had the blessing of being able to literally serve in every corner of Fulton County. And I thank you all for your trust in me and for your support in me, and for many times listening through me to the constituents of Fulton County. So I just ask that we all find our ways to serve, because if we are not serving each and every day, then I'm not really sure what life is really worth living. So thank you again, and God bless, and Mom, I thank you for just always being right there as my right hand.
The next proclamation is recognizing Pastor Eric Vickers Appreciation Day, sponsored by Vice Chair Hall.
Hello, hello. Pastor Vickers, so welcome. It is an honor to present you with this proclamation, Pastor Vickers, and to be able to say farewell to you, but I know you're not going very far, but you are going very far. And the proclamation reads, whereas Reverend Eric George Vickers Sr. is a native of Pontiac, Michigan, and earned his Bachelor of Arts degree from Morehouse College, his Master of Divinity degree from Emory University's Candler School of Theology, and is currently in pursuit of his Doctor of Ministry degree at Duke University. And whereas Reverend Vickers was licensed and ordained by Trinity Missionary Baptist Church in Pontiac, Michigan, and in May 2016, he was called to lead the historic Beulah Baptist Church in Atlanta, Georgia, where under his leadership, he has increased membership, expanded the church's budget, overseen disaster relief efforts, executed a comprehensive technological upgrade, reestablished 501c3 nonprofit status, completed $500,000 in debt-free campus improvements, formed new ministries, and led Beulah through the COVID-19 pandemic with skill and creativity. And whereas Reverend Vickers is a proud member of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, Prince Hall Masons, the 100 Black Men of South Metro, and he functions in denominational roles and is appointed to several boards, including the Fulton County Advisory Board for the Boys and Girls Club of Metro Atlanta and the Citizens Advisory Board of the Atlanta Police Department. And whereas Reverend Vickers has been chosen as the pastor-elect of Fairfield Baptist Church in Lithonia, Georgia, where he will begin leading in January 2022. And whereas Reverend Vickers' greatest joy is the gift of his wife, Mrs. Sierra Vickers, and their children, Eric Jr. and Charisse Madison Brielle. Now therefore be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners commends the dedication and contributions of Reverend Eric George Vickers Sr. to his Beulah Baptist Church congregation and surrounding community, and supports him as he embarks on a new journey at Fairfield Baptist Church in Lithonia, Georgia, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, November 3rd, 2021, as Reverend Eric George Vickers Sr. Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Congratulations.
To God be all of the praise and to God be all of the glory. I am so humbled and honored to stand here today for this unexpected honor. I spend my life and my ministry trying to model what Jesus said and did. Jesus said, "I did not come to be served, but to serve." And so it is quite surprising when time is taken to acknowledge the hard work and tireless efforts that are put in for the benefit of humanity. And so I want to take this opportunity to thank Commissioner Natalie Hall and the entire Board of Commissioners for this day, for this honor, for this recognition. And I can say, without fear of successful contradiction, that none of this would be possible were it not for the fervent and faithful support of my wife, Sierra, who's by my side today, who is a community servant herself. In fact, she's taken time away from APS to be here right now. And so I thank you for your love and for your support. And this is a very bittersweet moment for me. From the time I arrived in Atlanta, I have been stationed on the West Side, from being a student at Morehouse College and tutoring as a Bonner Scholar with Raising Expectations at what was then Kennedy Middle School, now Michael R. Hollis Innovation Academy. The entirety of my time in Atlanta, from 2006 until this very moment, has been in Atlanta on the West Side, working for equality and equity in various capacities. And I can truly say that wherever life and ministry may take me, it is because of the investment of not only the members of Beulah Baptist Church, but residents of the city of Atlanta and leaders who have poured into me as I have poured out to the community. And so I'm only I-20 away, but I will always consider myself a part of this great city and this great community. And so once again, from the bottom of my heart, with all sincerity, thank you very much. We appreciate you.
The last proclamation is recognizing Marvin S. Arrington Jr. Appreciation Day, sponsored by Vice Chair Hall.
Point of order. Come on over. It is an honor. Happy birthday to you. And Amara, yes, he did tell his age. So it is an honor to present this to you because I remember, you know, when you were on the campaign trail and we sat down in your law office and talked, Dorsha and I, and how this all got started. And so it's been a pleasure to serve with you here on the Board of Commissioners. And the proclamation reads, whereas Marvin S. Arrington Jr. was born on October 28, 1971, to Marvin and Marilyn Arrington Sr., and was raised in Southwest Atlanta and graduated from Frederick Douglass High School, earned his bachelor's degree from the University of Virginia, and earned his Juris Doctorate from Emory Law School. And whereas Marvin Arrington Jr. is an attorney and partner at the law practices of Arrington and Phillips LLP and principal at Arrington Law, where he serves clients in criminal, civil, intellectual property, and homeowners association matters. He is also an entrepreneur, filmmaker, author, and founder of various events and initiatives. And whereas Marvin Arrington Jr. was elected to the District 5 Fulton Commission District and serves over 170,000 residents in the cities of Atlanta, East Point, South Fulton, Union City, and College Park, and is the fourth Fulton County Commissioner and only male to become a certified county commissioner through ACCG and the Carl Vinson Institute. He has also served as vice chair of the commission. And whereas Marvin Arrington Jr. serves on the board of directors for McPherson Implementing Local Redevelopment Authority, Atlanta Fulton County Recreation Authority, National Organization of Black County Officials, Georgia Association of Black County Officials, and the Sickle Cell Foundation of Georgia. He is also a member of the National Association of Counties, where he serves as vice chair of the Arts and Culture Commission and the Justice and Public Safety Committee. And whereas Marvin Arrington Jr.'s proudest accomplishments is that of father to his 4 beautiful daughters, Kennedy, Kendall, Madison, and McKinley. Now therefore be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners commends our esteemed colleague, Marvin Arrington Jr., for his many accomplishments and contributions to Fulton County and its residents, and celebrates with him and his family on the occasion of his 50th birthday, and does hereby proclaim Thursday, October 28th, 2021 as Marvin Arrington Jr. Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Happy birthday!
Truly blessed to make it to 50, to be here today with you all, and grateful for the opportunity that the residents of Fulton County have given me to serve in this capacity as Commissioner for District 5. You never know where life is going to lead you. What my mother told me is that life is not about surviving the storm. Life is about learning to dance in the rain. And so I challenge each and every one of us to dance in the rain. There will always be a storm. There will always be ups and there will always be downs. But if we can maintain our dancing spirit, our service to the community and to others, then we'll make our community a much better place. So again, I'm just thankful and grateful to be able to make it to 50, and again to be here serving with my colleagues and serving the residents of Fulton County. Thank you.
There's two quick statements before we continue. We had a very successful meeting with the Consular Corps, and I want to thank those of you who were able to attend. Secondly, the first cybersecurity summit was more successful than I could ever have dreamed, to the extent that they've asked that we do a second one next year, and we're already in the planning stages for that. And I'd like to say, give a debt of congratulations and thank you to Glenn Melendez and his staff for helping us put that program together. Commissioner Hausman?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also think we should acknowledge the success of our hometown Atlanta Braves and winning the World Championship last evening. So congratulations, and look forward to celebrating this week, I think, with a parade. So congratulations, Braves.
All right, Madam Clerk.
On page 6, public hearings, 21-0866, public comment. Citizens wishing to participate in public comment will be allowed to appear in person or may choose to participate virtually via Zoom video conferencing or by submitting their comments in writing online by registering on the county website, www.fultoncountyga.gov. Speakers will be granted up to 2 minutes each. The public will not be allowed to yield or donate time to other speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting will not exceed 30 minutes. In the event the 30-minute time limit is reached prior to public comments being completed, public comment will be suspended and the business portion of the BOC meeting will commence. Public comment will resume at the end of the meeting. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we will start with the speakers here in Assembly Hall. We have received 12 speaker cards. Will the first 6 speakers please come down? Atlanta City Councilwoman Joyce Shepard, Senior Judge Doris Downs, Jane Zolik, Moki Macias, Lindsay Sizemore, and Catherine Markman.
All right, as always, when you have 15 seconds remaining, with the exception of public officials, I will say 15 seconds, and that is your key to conclude your remarks. Councilwoman Shepard.
Good morning. It's an honor to be here today with our commissioners. So proud of the Braves. Marvin, happy birthday. Sorry I missed your birthday party. But I'm here today, this is my second time within a month, less than a month, to talk about what we're gonna do today. Hopefully we're gonna all get together. The first time we have such a major collaboration where we're talking about the Center for Diversion Services. I am so proud that as a city, we can collaborate together to make a difference in the lives of people in our communities. The folks that we see who are homeless, folks who are actually sometime in jail but should not be in jail. They should be seeking social services, wraparound services for their needs. This is something that's long overdue, and I'm proud to be here as the city, representing the city of Atlanta. And the majority of my council members on council, we've already passed our piece. We did it this past Monday, where we actually signed the IGA in a hope that we're gonna get this today from you all. But we're proud of the IGA and the memorandum of understanding that will go forth in terms of us creating a diversion center. And we're gonna take a portion of our jail, not make it for folks who are gonna be in jail, but for folks who sometimes that are in jail for the wrong reasons. And what we're gonna do is convert a large portion of that conversion, our ACDC, into a diversion center. When I went to Houston, you all know we went last month, we came and talked about what we saw. And we want to become the golden child on the East Coast in terms of doing the same services. I'm asking for you all's support today. I commit as a council person, I'm the chair of public safety, I commit to continue to collaborate and work on all things that are Fulton County, all things in the city of Atlanta. We should continue to make this an example of how we can begin to collaborate together. I want to thank every one of you all on on the commission who have worked to make this happen. Khadijah, Mr. Ellis, Marvin, I'm counting on you today. All of y'all, Natalie, all of y'all, Mr. Pitts, Liz, you know, we work together at Fort Mac, and Lee. And so I'm actually really hoping that we can make this happen today. Let's celebrate at the end of the day something that's going to be phenomenal. Thank you all so much for having me.
All right. Yeah.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Judge Doris Downs. I'm a senior judge now after 37 years working in the justice system of Fulton County. 14 as a prosecutor and 23 as an active judge, and now 3 as a senior judge. So I have lived in Fulton County most of my life now. I will tell you all that the Braves gave us a big victory last night, and I'm hoping you're going to give me a big victory today. I'm counting on it. I want to celebrate. We have been working for years now. The way government usually works is everybody gets in a silo and does their job the very best they can, and what we have done is cut across the silos. We have had tremendous collaboration. Grady Hospital, the city, the police, the sheriff, law enforcement, the county. We have had the public defender's office, social services, the state. We have gotten huge collaboration across silos to get here today. This, the late Commissioner Joan Garner started this for me, my part, back in 2015. With the stepping up, she said, we are going to step up to this problem. And we got a federal grant, and I chaired the task force, and we have had hundreds of people working with us to get here today with this diversion and services center collaboration. We have the Atlanta City Detention Center available. This will not take it, but a very small portion of it. There's still room to work whatever you need with regard to the jail overflow. But this is critical. This is what we came together and agreed. NAMI, we have just worked across all lines. The Stepping Up Challenge is to reduce the number of persons booked into jail, reduce jail length of stays, increase connections to care, and reduce recidivism, which is repeated arrests of very low-level offenders. Criminal trespass for someone who has a mental health issue. We do not need to make them competent to stand trial and spend all the money in jail time to do that in order to get this criminal trespass conviction. I mean, we need to connect them to services so that they can not end up arrested again. It gives police way more time. This has happened in Louisville and Houston, and it's been a huge success for police. They drop people off in 10 minutes at this center where the nonprofits are providing services, and they then hit the streets again to work real serious crime, which we need. They need more time on the streets. This is a win-win-win across the board, and so many have come together to make this happen. I want to thank Commissioner Ellis and Commissioner Abdul Rahman for bringing this before the board today, the legal services for coming up with this, this agreement, intergovernmental agreement, all of the people at Grady, the city, the mayor, the staff, the public defender, the courts, we have all worked. Judge McBurney took over as the task force leader when I stepped down in October of 2018, and I want to thank him for his leadership. We've got the city here. You're going to hear from many of us that have been working so hard. Please give us a victory today and vote for this intergovernmental agreement. We need it now. We've been waiting too long. I will remind you all that in 2019, this task force that I worked on came up with 4 business plans. All were funded, including the diversion center that we're talking about today. However, it has never come to fruition. So we've worked many more years now to get this thing before you, and I ask that I implore you to give us a victory today. Thank you so much.
Hello, I'm Jane Zellick. I'm a resident of Fulton County, and I'm here today to thank you for your service and to also note that as we're wrapping up Election Day, I urge the Commission to stand firmly behind the Fulton County Board of Elections as they work to protect and expand voter access in our county. With just 21.3% turnout yesterday, too much voting is really not our problem. Despite the anti-voter policies in SB 202, the Fulton County Board of Elections continues to make progress to work hard to ensure the ballot box is accessible for all Fulton County voters. Please continue to support local control over our elections and resist outside attempts to take over. That would be disastrous for county access. We want all of us, as Commissioner Arrington said, to be able to dance in the rain and make our vote count. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Moki Macias, the Executive Director of PAD. And as you heard from Judge Downs, the Fulton County Justice and Mental Health Task Force, including PAD, has been working with many of you for the last 4 years to create a 24/7 alternative to jail for folks who are experiencing substance use concerns, mental health concerns, and extreme poverty. Today feels like a momentous day for our city and county because we're poised to see this critical resource actually come to fruition. I'm shaking, I'm so nervous and excited, to be honest. But I wanna say this, I don't think it could happen at a better time. Our federal government is aligning around these strategies. Our state legislature has declared 2022 as the year of mental health. So if we can today dedicate local leadership and resources to this common sense, evidence-based strategy, I think we can take real strategic advantage of this momentum. You have a committed and innovative cadre of partners and community institutions that stand ready to roll up our sleeves. Let's get it done. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you so much for bringing this to the board this morning. My name is Lindsay Sizemore, and I'm just really grateful to be here. I stand here as the director of the Forensic Peer Mentoring Program with the Georgia Mental Health Consumer Network. In my position, I support justice-involved citizens by training peer specialists with lived experience to go back into the criminal justice system, and we work hand in hand with individuals with mental health and substance use challenges. There is so much misconception surrounding mental health and crime, but we're here today to take action and to focus on what people living with mental health and substance use actually need versus throwing on handcuffs and tossing them into a system only to become more lost, to miss out on life, and not to mention costing our community millions of dollars. I am someone who remembers what it's like to answer to a number and not my name, to wear orange every day for 3 years. I remember what it's like to have shackles on my feet, trudging into room after room. I entered the criminal justice system homeless, traumatized, and the stigma that was placed on me as well as my future only prevented hope and recovery to take place, all on account of nonviolent offenses. But it was with evidence-based programs where I was treated with dignity and respect, finding support surrounding safe housing, having a source of income, having a way to contribute to my community that made all the difference. When these factors are met, we can determine for ourselves, people can determine for themselves who they are and what they want to do with their lives. Well, mental health is not a predictor of violence,
15 seconds.
Excluding people from our community and the thing they need is. I'm honored to be a part of this solution, creating this Atlanta City Diversion Center. I've seen firsthand how it is to be talked to like a human being, finding consistent support, and changing the course of lives. Today, I speak for those who can't speak for themselves. We are family members, we are friends, coworkers, and we are leaders. Most of all, we are hope. Thank you for your vote today and supporting us with the Diversion Center.
Will the last 6 speakers please come down? Ann Colton, Uho Van Lanke, Micah Herskin, Imara Kennedy, Maggie Goldman, and Janice Welch.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commission, County Manager, and staff. Catherine Marchman. I'm the CEO of Partners for Home. We lead the Atlanta Homeless Continuum of Care. I'm here on behalf of the Atlanta Homeless Continuum of Care, over 100 service providers providing service to people experiencing homelessness in our community day in and day out. I am absolutely thrilled and share the excitement of my colleagues today to support this initiative that has truly been, in my opinion, over the last 6 years in doing this work, one of the most collaborative, truly comprehensive processes that has involved so many stakeholders throughout our community to bring an incredibly needed and vital resource to our community. There is no question that there is a wide evidence base that supports initiatives that divert people away from incarceration, particularly those with acute behavioral health issues, acute medical issues, and especially those who are also, on top of those things, experiencing homelessness. We are thrilled to bring this resource to our community. We know that it is going to further assist us in exiting people quickly out of homelessness and into housing, which is in fact the only thing that will end a person's homelessness. And so we are thrilled to partner today and be here in support of this really incredible and vital initiative. And we encourage you to vote yes to the agreement and the funding that will support this work. Thank you so much.
Good morning. My name is Ann Colleton. I'm the Policy and Outreach Coordinator for the Georgia Justice Project. GJP is a legal nonprofit that has represented people in the criminal legal system in Fulton and DeKalb counties for 35 years. We also provide public education and work for policy change that will reduce the number of people under correctional control and reduce barriers to reentry. Our holistic model combines legal representation along with social services to support individuals as they create a better future for themselves. GJP's managing attorney, Rachel Holmes, was part of the group that went to Houston to learn about their diversion center there, and we wholeheartedly support the diversion center and encourage you to support it as well. The support services that would be provided through the diversion center are urgently needed for individuals who would otherwise end up in the jail due to survival activities or untreated mental health and substance abuse issues. It would also quickly reduce the number of individuals incarcerated in Fulton County Jail for these reasons. GJP's clients thrive in the community once their sentence is complete because we don't just represent them in their case and then let them fend for themselves once their case is resolved. Our social workers develop a relationship with them and support them and their families long into the future, which helps them stay out of the criminal legal system. PAD staff does the same thing. They establish trust and connect people with services so that they stay out of the already busy and backlogged courts and overcrowded jail. Both GJP and PAD services stop what is often called the revolving door of the criminal legal system that occurs when there's not a continuum of care to disrupt that cycle. We've all known for years that the jail is the largest provider of mental health services in the county for low-income residents, and this is a perfect opportunity to change that expensive and ineffective practice. So we encourage you to support the Diversion Center that'll not only help individuals thrive, but also end our reliance on the expensive and ineffective practice of relying on the jail as the default mental health provider. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Uha Valenki, and I'm here to speak on the resolution to convert a portion of ACDC to a 24/7 diversion and services center. I'm here in support of this initiative specifically in the effort to reduce the number of people with mental illness in jail. As a Georgia native and resident of Atlanta for the past 7 years, I've met so many homeless people whose stories have touched my heart. I wish I could do more to help than just sparing them a couple of dollars or buying them food. As someone who has struggled with mental illness myself, I've been privileged to have the support and resources to get help. It took a team of professionals and people who care about my overall well-being to get me to a place of stability and catch me from falling into a dangerous situation. It saddens me that people I've met in my own hometown that have not been dealt the same hand end up homeless. This alternative to incarceration provides a much-needed space and services to help with the support and recovery process needed for those struggling with mental illness. Services such as peer support, clinical care, housing, income/benefits, healthcare, all things I could not have done without. All of this to say, I support the creation of a 24/7 Center for Diversion and Services and hope you will too. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Micah Herskind. I live in District 4, and I am a policy associate at the Southern Center for Human Rights, which is a nonprofit law firm working for dignity and equality for those impacted by the criminal legal system. We are also a member of the Communities Over Cages Alliance in Atlanta and Fulton County that is working to replace the extra city jail with the Center for Wellness, Equity, and Freedom. I'm here today to strongly support the creation of a 24/7 Center for Diversion and Services for so many reasons, many of which you've already heard. One that I really just want to highlight is that at the end of the day, this is really a public safety measure. Public safety is in the news, in the headlines, and this is a way to really achieve greater public safety in Atlanta for those who will access the center's services instead of being caged because they are either poor or homeless or working or handling a mental health crisis or issue or any other reason. It's also about safety for the community because we know that when we meet community members' needs, we're all safer and we're all better off. And there's so much empirical evidence to support this. These are evidence-based programs that are that will be held in the diversion center that PAD is already operating. And we know that when we can intervene earlier in the criminal legal system, before someone's arrested, before someone's jailed, that actually reduces their likelihood of being involved in the criminal legal system at a later date. So this is a way to really intervene on all fronts, prevent crime, prevent violence, prevent harm from happening. And so again, just really urge you to please pass this measure and support the Center for Diversion and Services. Thank you.
Good morning again, Commissioners. My name is Imara Kennedy, and I live in District 5 in Fulton County. And I just would be remiss to have not taken a moment on behalf of the Hammons House Museum and really the hundreds of arts organizations across Fulton County to just take a moment while here to say thank you. Each of you really heard and listened to the rally cry of not only arts administrators, artists, but also arts supporters, arts donors, and those that just love to go to the theater, and saying to please continue the legacy of Fulton County in your support for art and culture. So I just really wanted to take a moment because my mother always said, you can't come down and ask folks to do something and then when they do it, not come back and say thank you. So while I was here, I wanted to say thank you and also wanted to take a moment because I think in the transition, the excitement of being able to attract such a great leader like David Manuel to oversee the Office of Art and Culture, that many of us were remiss to publicly thank Dr. Pamela Rochelle. Dr. Rochelle, as they say on the streets, she held it down in the period of our interim period of leadership. And Dr. Rochelle, I just want to say thank you. And Dick, yes, we do need to give her. As you all know, she wears many hats, and there was not a moment that any of us on the Arts Council or any in the arts community felt not heard and not connected. And lastly, I just want to say a special thank you to Commissioner Hall and your team, Dick Anderson and your team, and the numerous folks that in a recent rally cry around public safety issues that we had at the Hammons House Museum, that within minutes, not only was there a response, but there was a team that got together, and within a day, we had an action plan. So thank you, and thank you for continuing to put arts as a priority in Fulton County.
This is Maggie Goldman with Johns Creek, District 1. I'd like to take a moment to congratulate the Fulton Board of Registration and Elections for a successful election yesterday. I didn't personally hear of any issues, and my early voting experience was smooth. Of the few issues I saw reported by the HAC, it appeared the contingency plans were in place and carried out so that there were ultimately minimal issues. In fact, the issues appeared to be technical in nature, not related to any staffing or management issues. When using electronic machines, we have to expect some amount of technical issues, but as long as contingencies are in place and they are limited throughout, as they were yesterday, we should consider that a success. I'm looking forward to seeing how the Fulton Board of Registration and Elections moves forward under the new leadership of Kathy Willard. I feel compelled to share some reflections of mine as I talked to voters over the last 2 months. It is a luxury and a privilege to be able to prioritize taking the time to vote. I was reminded that when you can't afford childcare or housing, or don't have food to feed your children, or are working 2 or 3 jobs, having the time to focus on candidates running for office and making a plan to vote may hardly seem relevant. Yet these are the residents that need our help the most. As elected officials, you represent all the residents, not just the select few who have the socioeconomic security to research candidates and make the time to vote. When I talk to voters about the role of the commission, I often say that it provides everything your city does not. It is the umbrella over the cities, and it has the responsibility to fill any gaps the cities are unable or unwilling to fill. I hope you will keep that in mind as you continue your work. When members of the community come here and tell you about help that they need, that you have the ability to provide, you should take that very seriously. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Janice Welch, and I'm here again to speak on behalf of the children that is in great need of food, school supplies, shelter, and I want to provide that for the kids. I have at least 50 kids at this time that I'm trying to prepare for Christmas for toys for them. I have inside of my car today toys that I have brought down, but I did want permission to bring them in and present them to you. But I'm asking for help, and I hope that I will get approved this month because I want to work with Mr. Kelly. He has volunteered to help me to get grant approval from the board. So I'm just asking, again, I have prepared my proposal and I will present it to him today, and I will also leave a copy with Chairman Rob Pitts. And I thank you for listening to me, and have a beautiful day now.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, the next speakers will be on Zoom. I think we have 2.
Good morning, Commissioners. The first speaker will be Ben Howard.
Thank you. Greetings, County Commissioners and staff, and special greetings to you citizens and voters of Fulton County tuned to our county government in action. Ben Howard, Senior Advocate, Public Policy Analyst. Congratulations to all poll workers, poll managers, technology support staff, and election officials for a smooth election operation yesterday under harsh deadlines. Special thanks to all of you election people behind the scenes at 404-612-7020 and at 404-612-7060. Reminder to voters in Atlanta, on Tuesday, November 30th, and on major election days, City of Atlanta polling places are open until 8 p.m., not 7 p.m. For election details, call the Atlanta Municipal Clerk's Office at 404-330-6032. I say again to you voters who are technologically astute, you will really appreciate the features of the Fulton County Voter App. Lastly, I call upon the Fulton County Commission on Disability Affairs and the Fulton County Commission on Elder Affairs to critique the format of that absentee ballot application. Thank you.
The next speaker is Sheila Hamilton.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for all the work you do. I just wanted to call in and say congratulations to Richard Barron for a smooth election yesterday, November 2nd. I was proud of Fulton County, and I just want to say keep up the good work. As far as the diversion center, I am in full support of the diversion center, but I also have concerns about what we need to do with the Fulton County Jail. It needs rehab, it needs work, it needs advocacy as far as what's going on in the jail, meals, the calls that that families and friends have to pay for, but that is beyond what the diversion center will be working with. Again, thank you for the work you do, but stay tuned because we are, as citizens, staying in tune with you. Have a great day.
And this concludes our virtual public comment section.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I've been told we don't have any email speakers today, email comments. So no further speakers.
All right, continue, Madam Clerk.
Continuing on page 6, County Manager's renewal items. Under Open and Responsible Government, 21-0867, Information Technology, request approval to renew existing contracts to provide wireless communication services and equipment.
All right, is there a motion? Motion to approve by Vice Chair Hall. Do I hear a second? Seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Any questions or comments? If not, cast your vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. Under Health and Human Services, 21-0868, Public Works, request approval to renew existing contracts to provide water meters.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Vice Chair Hall. Any questions or comments? Mr. Morris?
My screen is frozen or something.
I'm having issues as well.
Okay. All right, cast your vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 21-0869, Public Works, request approval to renew an existing contract to provide small water meter installation.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, seconded by Vice Chair Natalie Hall. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 7, Justice and Safety, 21-0870, Sheriff, requests approval to renew an existing contract to provide behavioral health and addictive disease counseling to inmates at the Fulton County Jail.
All right, a motion to approve by Vice Chair Hall, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Any questions? None? Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. County Manager's items under Open and Responsible Government, 21-0871, presentation of COVID-19 operational response update.
All right, Mr. Manager.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, good morning. This can be very brief because all of the trends are positive and headed in the right direction. I'll hit some of the highlights, and then Matt will be available to discuss any specific questions. The 7-day new cases are down now below 100. That's a 33% improvement from the last report. Positivity rate is down at 3%, which is below that 5% benchmark. That's over 100% improvement. And hospitalizations are at 200, which is about a 24% improvement. So all good news. We're approaching the moderate level of transmission per the CDC guidelines, which does inform mask requirements. I'm assuming you may have some questions about that, and that's included in your information. All the cities are showing declines with the exception of one, and again, the one is a different one each reporting period. It's kind of the law of small numbers. So one increase in cases shows like an increase and truly really insignificant. The scorecard is all green and yellow now, so that, again, is very, very positive. The vaccines, of course, remain the focus. We've done over 528,000 now through Fulton County, our sites and mobile delivery. We did have success, I think, at Carver and Douglas, having some of our higher outcomes with incentives. So 40 at Carver High School, 50 plus, 58, I think, at Douglas, paying out about $3,000 in incentives at Carver and $4,600 at Douglas. In that we have 627,000 citizens now with one dose, which is about 61%. We are ahead of the state, but still, as we say, with plenty of work to do. So we are challenging our teams to have all incentives all the time. So what that means is finding a way to, and I think this is quite doable, without using the gift cards and having the security risk that comes along with them, to be able to do incentives every day at our fixed sites as well as in our mobile. So we've been talking about the outreach efforts into communities underserved, and we can clearly tell that we have census tracts below some of the lowest vaccinated areas in Georgia. So that's where we're going to intently focus. We'll call upon you to help us. We'll share today, of course, the upcoming week of sites, but offering incentives through those efforts now $100 for first and second doses, as well as our fixed sites, we think is the appropriate thing to do at this point in time. On the employee side of the equation, we only had 3 new cases. That's also good news. All our gating factors are green. We're up to 72% vaccinated. We've had some discussion internally. If you recall, 80% when the pandemic began was thought as a benchmark for herd immunity, so we're certainly getting close to that. We do have 125 or so that are not compliant, and we've been more accommodating in terms of that, trying to make sure that if someone's making a good faith effort at any level to either be vaxxed or test, comply with a vax or test approach, that we do not penalize them. So it's a fairly manageable number, but we're still looking for potential alternatives, as was discussed previously, something like what Delta Airlines did. Nothing to bring forward today, but still looking at those alternatives. ERAP continues with great success, and I think Anna and Dr. Rochelle continue to provide that leadership and should be given a huge amount of credit for leading the state in ERAP distribution. I sent you all an article where it was contrasted with others, and Fulton County was mentioned as the leading provider of those funds. And now the federal government is looking to reallocate funds from lower performing entities to higher performing. So again, Anna can discuss that process, but we're very hopeful, given our results, that we'll be the recipient of additional funds for rental assistance. There's still no new news on mortgage assistance, but again, we continue to be hopeful that that is in the offing. Meanwhile, as Stephen Colbert says, we are doing other things. We've built the 2022 budget, which will share at least a high-level directional discussion. I want you to know as early as possible what we're seeing, what some of the drivers of expense are, and how we could satisfy those drivers. So hopefully today you'll find that discussion the first of many I'm sure you will have on the budget with much more specificity, but I'm pleased with where we are at this stage. As has already been mentioned, I think the election went smoothly yesterday, so we're pleased to have worked with Rick Barron and the BRE on that without any major snafus that occurred. And last, we will be changing the atrium colors to Braves red and blue, effective today. So thank you for that introduction of, again, that recognition, and we'll be doing that. So, Mr. Chairman, we're prepared to answer any questions on the information that we've submitted.
All right, Mr. Calamar, come on down. You want your question? Vice Chair Hall has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This question may be for Mr. Herman. our Chief Human Resources Officer. I have a new employee, and when they went to the link to actually submit their COVID requirement, there was no department for the Board of Commissioners. So they had to just select, and it wouldn't allow him to not select anything. So he just had to select anything that he could think of. So he had to select the county manager's office because that was the closest thing to the 10th floor and the Board of Commissioners in order to submit his COVID requirement. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. I've noticed that we've been doing pandemic proofing around the county, and that is awesome. But can someone update me on the upgrades to the 10th floor with the pandemic proofing plan? Thank you.
Good morning, Vice Chair
Good
Hall. Thank you for
morning.
the question. Our pandemic proofing efforts are principally wrapped into our contract with Sizemore, who's done an assessment on our 141 facility. I think actual design and construction that is going to facilitate the pandemic proofing of our office is going to be a longer term solution that we won't see the results of right away. And so based on your question and our discussion internally, we have identified funds to renovate the Board of Commissioners conference room because that has been an issue for us for going on over 18 to 24 months now. And so we didn't want to wait for the comprehensive pandemic proofing to be completed before addressing that area. It's got serious technical issues. None of the equipment work in that office, and the furniture in there is substandard as well. So we'll be addressing that very shortly. I think Joe has requested our on-site designers come up with something, and we should be able to start something in the next 30 to 45 days.
That's great, and especially with the lease information showing that you're going to actually try to utilize the 10th floor conference room and allowing people to use it. So that's great news. Thank you.
Mr. Kalmeyer.
Just wanted to circle back on two comments that was from last week. Commissioner Ellis did ask us to verify the State Department of Public Health's new census data. They did confirm that, sir, so that is being used. Also on page 6 in your packet, I know one of the things is discussing about mask mandates. Want to go ahead and just kind of show a little bit more about how the CDC comes up with that number. You'll see there's two categories that they reference: the total new cases for a 7-day period, as well as a percent positive for that 7-day period. For the total new cases, we're at 58 for our jurisdiction and 2.9% for our percent positive. However, because we're in that 58 number, we will maintain the substantial transmission category per the CDC until we drop beneath that 49.99 for cases per 100,000. So we're monitoring this. We'll continue to go ahead and update you all on that. We want to let you know, even though our percent positive would be considered in a low transmission state, we are tracking the cases per 100,000. That's what the CDC will keep us in the orange level until we drop down. Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Hausman.
Yes, good morning. So I'm sure you're aware that the school system, Fulton County Schools, has relaxed their mask mandate. So they're using the same data, I would assume, that we are to the school level.
They're looking at cases per 100,000 per city, ma'am.
Okay, so just for the benefit of the public, can you just give us an assessment of the difference in the way we're looking at it versus the way the schools are looking at it?
I'll do my best. I don't know specifically how Superintendent Looney is coming up with his final decision, but from my understanding, my humble understanding of it, they're looking at cases per 100,000 per city. And from there, he's making a decision if the schools that reside within that city will have a mask recommendation or not. They made a determination that they will no longer do that based upon the cases per 100,000 that they're tracking. We're looking at the CDC data. I think that's what we've got direction from the Board of Commissioners to go ahead and use it as our standard for making the decision on masks requirements. And that's currently where we reside. So we want to demystify a little bit for everyone today and be able to understand that while you will see ourselves in a low transmission state for the percent positives, regretfully, we will still remain in the substantial transmission until we come down. So there's always that conservative nature that the CDC takes, and that's why we'll remain there. So as things continue to go, we hope for the next BOC meeting, we'll be able to report to you all that we're now in the yellow category, and I think that'll allow you all to make a decision about the mask requirements for county property.
Okay, so can you just clearly state then the benchmarks that you're looking for in order to make that recommendation?
Once again, it'll be the CDC's requirements that you'll see on the screen here, how they measure the county level community transmission, excuse me. 2 categories. One is the total number of new cases per 7-day average for 100,000 residents, and the second is a % positive 7-day average and that's what we're looking at, and the CDC puts that information out. They update it about a weekly time period, and currently what we do is reside in the orange category because our cases per 100,000 are 58, and it goes from 50 to 99.9.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No, sir.
Thank you. Madam COO, you have anything to add?
No, just wanted to highlight, if I could, the reallocation process for ERA, which the county manager mentioned in his remarks. We still don't know a lot yet, but we do know that Treasury updated their guidance around this last Wednesday, and the Deputy Treasury Secretary did issue a correspondence around the reallocation process. It gave us some sort of broad guidelines, but no specifics. They're going to prioritize keeping the emergency rental assistance funding within the jurisdiction it was originally allocated to. So the reallocation process is going to start with reallocating within each state. Then subsequent to that, they will go to prioritizing jurisdictions that are outperforming other jurisdictions. And then so funding from other states will go to higher performing jurisdictions, even across state borders. And then finally, when all of that is exhausted, I think they will just go to a general pool that's available across the country. So that was a little bit of guidance that came out last week. Again, nothing definitive, but does show progress. And on mortgage assistance, we had a brief call with Treasury last week, and they indicated that they were starting to approve it, that 1 or 2 jurisdictions had been approved, but the approval process is beginning. But again, nothing new there for the state of Georgia specifically.
Wait, could you repeat that last part about the mortgage assistance?
That they were beginning approvals of the spending plans for jurisdictions. Georgia's spending plan has not been approved, but they had, big Treasury has begun approvals across the country.
Okay, I guess that's good news, I suppose.
It's good news. It's progress. It's slow progress, but it's progress.
Okay.
Thank you,
Any
sir.
Questions for Chief Operating Officer? All right, Madam CFO, you'll be next, but Mr. Herman, regarding the COVID and our policy, what are the numbers? Anybody been terminated? Anybody on the 2nd or 3rd refusal to be tested?
Good morning, Commissioner. Kenneth Herman, Chief HR Officer. In our presentation, I believe it's in there.
Page 23.
23, thank you very much, Dick. We provided an illustration on the left-hand side of the page that indicates where we are with the disciplinary actions. If you recall, Commissioners, we said that if you had, you missed 1 strike, it was a 1-day suspension, 2 times was a 5-day suspension, 3 times was a 10-day suspension, and 4 times was dismissal. So you can see on the chart that we've been tracking, and this is for last week, the week of the 17th, where we have 25 employees right now that are on their 3rd strike. I have personally, I spent the entire day yesterday personally reaching out to those employees and the department heads to get an understanding as to what was happening. And I'm happy to report that we've been able to reduce that number significantly. Some employees had a misunderstanding that they had provided their vaccination information to their department liaison and they were going to do something with it. And I said, no, that's your responsibility. So they've uploaded it. 2 individuals were waiting for some, the re-verification cards from the Board of Health through the GRIT system, so they are coming through. We had luckily, we had 2 employees who were on maternity leave that came back, and of course, for that 3-week period, they were exempted from having to do this. So we are reaching out to the departments to make sure, but we still have roughly about 10 or so employees that have not done anything and have no excuse or valid excuse for not doing anything. So I suspect that by the next board meeting, we will be in our first phase of a minimum of about 10 or so employees that will be dismissed based on the county's guidelines. We are aware of 1 employee that has been dismissed so far based on an elected official raising the bar within their respective shop that said that they wanted their employees to be vaccinated or period. And if the employee failed to be vaccinated by a certain time frame, that those employees will be dismissed. And we know of 1 employee that fits that category right now, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you, sir. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Thank you for that. I think last time, and you can feel free to refresh my memory, I was asking about the home COVID test and the possibility of whether it could be integrated. I firmly support our position that we have for our vaccination policy. However, I would be remiss if I didn't say that my office does receive quite a bit of concerns, whether it's the lack of communication or information. Like you just said, you had to reach out to some employees and they were thinking someone else is supposed to be doing it as opposed to their own responsibility. I do want us to make sure as Fulton County that we're doing everything in our power to make sure we've done everything before we start terminating people. And the reason and I say that is because we're still in a pandemic. Some people have reached out to me and whether it's religious exemption or whatever, they're feeling ostracized. Now, whether that's a reality or not, I don't know. But I would be remiss if I didn't say, as a sitting commissioner, I know there's protocol, I know there's procedure, and I support it because I understand the reason why. However, I think we need to do just a little bit more in educating. I know that may add a little bit more to your to-do list, but the only reason that I'm humbly asking that is because as I get into conversations with employees and they begin to either, one, give me a reason why they're not doing, or they are submitting and there's an issue with the submission. And so I'm just asking, that we make sure that we do everything to educate our employees because this ultimately is their responsibility and they will lose their job. But I want to make sure that we as a county that are really trying to do what's right for our employees understand that some of our employees or that department may need a little intervention, may need to have a conversation. Are you telling them what to do? Do they know what to do? So I'm just asking if you could just go that extra mile. Mr. Herman, not that you don't have a lot on your plate.
No, actually, this is priority number 1 because, Commissioner, I think we talked and, the premise within HR is do no harm to the employee unless it's well warranted. And that's why I took time out of my day yesterday to make sure to make those one-on-one conversations with those employees and ask them 2 basic questions. Are you aware that the policy exists? Most of them said yes. Are you aware that you're responsible for doing X, Y, and Z, or you're going to be disciplined? Most of them said yes. But there is some opportunities with us having some communication, more communication with the managerial level and department heads to make sure that we're having a penetration of the message. Jessica and her team have been a good partner in communicating the reality of the procedure out through Fulco News. But whatever it is, we need to do to make sure that we are informing the workforce all the way down to this lowest level. HR is prepared to do, and we're willing to work with any department to get that message communicated clearly to the workforce.
Thank you.
Madam CFO.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If we could go to what will be slide 31, you may have to, right there, one back. Thank you. Just a couple of things to highlight for the board today. Since the last presentation of the report to the board, we did not have any changes to our budget allocations for our various bucket of COVID response funds. And we have expended an additional $10.1 million, primarily in our American Rescue Act funds, specifically in the ERAP 2 and high need area and the administrative costs associated with that program. So that brings our total expenditures to date to $83 million. And then if we could go down 2 slides. Thank you. On the emergency rental assistance program, with all of the resources that we've received or we've provided to support the program, we've now expended $36.4 million of the total $51.5 million that we've received. And we did, in this report, we did combine both of the allocations that were received under ERAP 2, the regular and the high need. We combined it into one reporting line because that is how the external vendor is reporting it back to us. They were not separating it between those 2 buckets, so we're reporting it now on one line. Other than that, Mr. Chairman, I didn't have anything else to highlight.
All right, any questions for the CFO? None? All right, anything else, Mr. Manager?
No, sir.
All right, Madam Clerk, continue.
Continuing on page 7, 21-0831, Finance, request approval of resolution authorizing the execution of a contract between Fulton DeKalb Hospital Authority and Fulton County for the renovation of the Grady Health System Infectious Disease Program facility.
Now, is there a presentation by, is that correct? Mr. Jefferson?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And you're...
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. First, let me thank you for giving us an opportunity at Grady to come back before you with the information that you sought last time we were here regarding the building projects at Grady that we're seeking support and funding for from the county. And to make sure that we had all of the information that you wanted and that you need to make your decision, I brought reinforcements with me. So I brought with me today Shannon Sale, who's our Chief Strategy Officer at Grady, Sandy Zayak, who is the Chief Counsel for the Fulton DeKalb Hospital Authority, and also brought David Corbin, who is the Chief Financial Advisor for the Fulton DeKalb Hospital Authority, and Matt Hicks is somewhere here, who is our Chief Policy Officer. So I brought enough information, I think, to give you what you need to make your decision about the request that's before you. Let me just go back for a moment and recap where we've been with the next slide, please, with our building project proposals. In 2017, Grady came before this body with a proposal to build an ambulatory surgery center on the site just across from the hospital, the main hospital. That site actually used to be the county health department, which we acquired from Fulton County. And so we're now in the process of building the ambulatory surgery center on that site. And we had full support from this body for that project. And we continue to get support for that project, and we certainly appreciate that. Also, part of that proposal was for us to renovate the infectious disease center at Ponce. The infectious disease center that we operate at Ponce is in a building that we acquired back in 1991. That facility, and we basically provide our HIV/AIDS program out of that facility. And it's one of the largest HIV/AIDS programs in the nation. and we see more patients there than most states across the country. But that facility has not been renovated or updated since 1991. So it's 30 years has gone by, and we've been operating out of that facility since that time. And so we wanted to renovate that facility along with the proposal to build an ambulatory surgery center across the street from the main hospital. Next slide, please. Go on, next one. Next slide, please. Okay. And so in 2017, we obtained your support to proceed with the planning for the construction of a new ambulatory surgery center. In 2018, we came back with the plans for that facility. And again, we received your full support for that program as well. In 2019, the commission actually approved for us to issue, for bonds to be issued for the construction of the ambulatory surgery center. And but let me just go back for a moment. This was brought to you as a joint partnership, public-private partnership between Grady and the two counties. And in essence, the counties were being asked to fund roughly half of the cost of the buildings, the construction and renovation. And Grady would raise funding from the private sector for the other half, as well as using Grady dollars that we have on reserve for those projects. So the projects were roughly about $250 million at the time. And the request to the county was for about $112 million from the two counties, 75% from Fulton and the other 25% from DeKalb. And you approved the issuance of the bonds for the construction of the ambulatory surgery center. We had to pull back the amount that we were requesting for the renovation of the Ponce Center, because at the time, we didn't have the certificate of need that we needed to proceed with that project. So we went forward with the issuance of the bonds in 2020, and we obtained about $100 million for the construction of the ambulatory surgery center. We held in abeyance the $12 million for the renovation of the IDP until we got the CON. And so we got the bonds issued for the CAS building, roughly $100 million, and those funds are now in play for that facility, which is going up as we speak. And here, what we're here today to request is for us to proceed with the funding for the IDP. Okay, so we've actually obtained the CON for the IDP. We've actually started the renovation for the IDP. We started that in October of last year, and we're roughly 25% of the way in completing the renovations. And with respect to the $12 million, 8 from Fulton, 4 from DeKalb, DeKalb County has already approved their amount to be issued from their general fund. You all elected to issue bonds for your amount. And so we're simply, at this point, proceeding with getting the bonds, trying to get the bonds issued. All of the documents that are in front of you are related to the issuance of the bonds. And so that's essentially what we're here today to request your approval for the resolution to be approved and the agreement between the county and the authority for the authority to issue the bonds to be backed by the county. And so if you have, and I've asked Shannon to come and talk a little bit about what we're doing with the CAS building, where we are with it, the purposes, as well as what we're doing with the IDP and the actual improvements that we're making to that facility, so that give you a full flavor of what we're doing.
Great, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you again for having us. If you could go to the next slide.
So just a quick reminder of what we're seeking to accomplish. Tim went through a good bit of it, but really the Center for Advanced Surgical Services, now known as the Correll Pavilion, is the first major construction project at Grady since, again, the early 90s, and will expand our clinic capacity, our operating room capacity. This is critical for us to be able to continue to grow our strategic service lines, as well as improve the patient experience. Having ambulatory embedded in the hospital can be challenging for our patients from an access perspective, as well as just general efficiencies for operations. So to be able to create this new space for the ORs, improved access to colonoscopies, for screenings, all of the surgical clinics, orthopedics, general surgery, oral surgery, eye, will all be in there with good accessibility and adjacencies for rehab and imaging. As well, our cancer center will move out. And when the cancer center moves from where it currently is located, which is an inpatient footprint, we'll move the cancer center out and we'll be able to rebuild 59 inpatient beds. And you may have heard at different times that we have a bed crunch at Grady, and we really need to be able to get those beds in place, and this is a more cost-effective way for us to do that in space that is built for inpatient space. So overall, the Center for Advanced Surgical Services helps us to accomplish a number of things: improved clinic access, improved OR efficiencies and access, and new inpatient beds, which supports our financial sustainability into the future. If you could go to the next slide, please. Then switching to IDP, just setting the stage for why. You all probably are very familiar with this data, but as you look to the bottom, to the southeast section of the map, you see a much darker concentration of HIV diagnosis, highest in the south. And if you took Georgia, Fulton and DeKalb would stand out across the counties within Georgia. And we know that from our community health needs assessment. You all know that from your public health data. And so working to address this issue, the IDP is a critical component of that. So if you could go to the next slide, please. Tim mentioned that we see, it's one of the largest infectious disease programs in the country. We have more than 6,000 men and women, concentration from Fulton and DeKalb, over 80%. But we also reach across the state. And you can see kind of the breakdown of the patients there: 71% male, 84% Black African American. Certainly, most are below the 2 times the federal poverty level, 42% uninsured. So the operations are much supported by Ryan White. The critical piece of this is the capital and being able to renovate the facility. Next page, or slide. So what we're looking to do is, Tim mentioned, this also has, since, I don't know if you all may know the history, the building was the presbytery. They gifted it to Grady in the late 80s. There was a renovation at that time. But certainly the spaces are not what are needed today. Offices are used as exam rooms, just access for the patients, where now we have team-based care, a very thriving dental program. The current space is just overall inadequate to both the growing patient base, but also the models in which we help to treat patients, engage them in care, which we know is the #1 predictor of success in reducing the spread of HIV, as well as the research that happens in that building. The top 2 floors were never built out. They were a shell, and that gave us that kind of first opportunity to renovate space, move folks into that space, and then come back and renovate the rest of the building. As Tim mentioned, we have the first phase of the project complete. If you flip to the next slide, you can see our beautiful, oh, sorry, not this one. That'll be the next slide. So this is what we're looking to address. That slide, that's fine. What we're looking to address is improve that patient space, improve the access overall. That top picture there is the dental operatories that are on or dental chairs, not operatories, the dental chairs that are on the top floor. Those are now in operation. The space is amazing and such a great healing environment for our patients. Tim mentioned we began construction in October of last year. First 2 phases were completed this summer on time and on budget, and the total completion is mid-year next year. The total cost of the project is $35 million, and you can see the split there, and the $12 million, 8 of which we are asking today to be approved for the bonds. Next slide. And just a recap of the budget of the uses and sources. The total project cost is $266 million, almost $267 million, 111 to be sourced through bondings. The Grady Foundation has raised $94 million, and the rest of the funding is $61 million from Grady Grady Cash, Grady Access. So I can break that number down a little bit. It may look like a big number from Grady. 7.5 we spent in 2016 when we bought we bought your property. About 12 million of that will be addressed through New Markets tax credits, probably 12 to 13 that we've successfully secured. And another 12 was already in our spending plan for IDP. We had infrastructure in our long-range capital to be spread over 4 or 5 years to improve. We don't want to renovate the building, then come back in and do the infrastructure. So we bundled those together. They were already a part of the Grady plan for, again, like I said, the next 5 years. And then the next slide. Just wanted to review our minority spending. We have a target on both projects. You want to? Yep, okay, sorry. So our targets are 20% for IDP, we're at 42%, and we'll be on track for 22% for the Corral Pavilion.
Thank you, Shannon. The next slide, please. Okay. And so, Mr. Chairman, we're simply asking at this time if we can move forward with the issuance of the bonds and to obtain the $8 million. That's on the table.
You'll entertain some questions. Vice Chair Hall.
I just want to say thank you and congratulations on such an awesome plan of expansion. I have had the honor and pleasure of watching this from the time that I was Chief of Staff to the late Commissioner Joan Garner. And I want to thank you for the information that you provided when I asked about minority business enterprise participation. And I am so happy to see that actually to date, that participation is at 44.4%. So I commend you on that. That's awesome. Thank you so much.
Other questions or comments? All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve. Motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Vice Chair Hall. Further questions or comments? If none, cast your vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously.
Continue, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I can just have one moment of your time to beg your indulgence.
Now you. I
entertain
entertain a motion to reconsider. So.
No, sir. This is actually a totally different matter I wanted to bring forth to the commission. I'm sorry. And it's really more of an FYI for you. As you know, with the operating agreement that we have between the counties and the authority, which funds Grady, the agreement that is in place actually was signed in 1984, and that agreement expired in 2013. It was a 30-year agreement. Since 2013, we've been operating with extensions to that agreement, 2-year extensions. The most recent extension to that agreement is set to expire this year, at the end of this year.
Okay, what are you asking, Mr. Jefferson?
I'm asking only to bring to your attention that we will be working with the county staff and the county lawyers to develop another extension to that agreement. Okay. While at the same time, we hope to be able to start the process of negotiating a long-term agreement. But at this point, we simply need to put in place an extension to the current agreement.
Understand. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Bottom of page 7, 21-0872, Human Resources Management. Request approval of an intergovernmental agreement with the Board of Regents of the University System of Georgia to provide the Certified Public Manager Program through the Carl Vinson Institute of Government.
All right, here we have a motion to approve by Vice Chair Hall, a second by Commissioner Morris. Vice Chair.
I just want to say congratulations to all of our certified public managers. It is an honor to actually be one of those graduates, and I look forward to the continued work on getting more of us in that category. Thank you, County Manager, Madam COO, CFO, and to our Chief Human Resources Officer, Kenneth Herman. You've been an outstanding champion for this. Thank you.
All right, the motion again to approve by Vice Chair Hall, a second by Commissioner Morris. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. On page 8, 21-0873, Real Estate and Asset Management. Request approval of the lowest responsible bidders to provide on-site preventive maintenance services for chillers on an as-needed basis.
Right here, a motion to approve by Commissioner Houseman, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 21-0874, Real Estate and Asset Management, requests approval of the lowest responsible bidders to provide on-site standby plumbing repair services on an as-needed basis.
All right, this item, a motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, a second by Vice Chair Hall. Any questions? Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. Under Health and Human Services, 21-0875, Public Works, request approval of recommended proposal to provide progressive design building services for the design and construction of the Atlanta Noonan Road Pump Station.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, a second by Commissioner Morris. Mr. Clark, you want to add anything? No? Go ahead, I'm sorry. Okay. All right, let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 9, 21-0876, request approval of an intergovernmental agreement between the City of Atlanta and Fulton County by which the city and the county would agree to create and operate the Center for Diversion and Services, sponsored by Commissioners Ellis and Abdul Rahman.
All right, the lineup is as follows. Vice Chair Hall, followed by Commissioner Ellis.
Commissioner Ellis, you can go before me because your name is on here. Okay. Okay. So I'm so happy to see this resolution. It has been a long time coming, and as Judge Downs said earlier, Commissioner Garner, she started the work on this in 2015, and so I've been just watching the work and helping with the research when I was her chief of staff, and then continuing that work with meetings with all of the nonprofits, the justice partners, and everyone. And so I'm so glad to see the collaboration lead to this. But in recognizing the collaboration, I do want to ensure that we have a resolution that is also in line with what, she's not here anymore. Atlanta City Council member Joyce Shepard stated that they passed a resolution on November 1st, on Monday, and I have that resolution with me, and it is an outstanding resolution, but what I noticed was that it has a lot of differences between what the resolution that we have in front of us for from the commissioners. And so I just want to make sure that we are on the same page, since we are talking about this being an intergovernmental agreement. And so we need to be fully in agreement and exactly on the same page. So I would offer to you that if you turn to, let's see here. If you turn to page 6 in our resolution.
Hold on one second.
I'm sorry, yes?
What do y'all say?
No, she was asking, did we have a copy of it?
Right, I don't know that I have a copy of Atlanta's resolution.
I didn't think I had to bring copies. Yes, please, Commissioner
Just one point
Ellis.
of order. There's what we have before us, we didn't construct a resolution. We've just got an IGA for approval, and the two IGAs are identical.
No, they're not. I have Atlanta's right here in my hand.
They have a resolution, and
They're not
they
identical.
have a intergovernmental agreement.
Yeah, they're not
They
identical.
are supposed to be substantively the same.
They're not. If you allow me the time to.
Okay.
You have the floor, Vice Chair.
All right, so they're not exactly the same. And as I stated, I want to make sure that we're all on the same page, because I can probably honestly say that every single one of us on this Board of Commissioners has had some input and discussion about this over the years in favor of trying to create something that will serve our community, get the homeless off of the street but not arrested, but give people the ability to be sustained and successful on the other side of their issues. So on page 6, if you look at E, which is center concept, organizational structure, and partner responsibilities, lowercase letter A.
Vice Chair, no one
yes,
has
sir.
that but you.
Oh,
I think we,
okay.
have you seen the council resolution, Madam County Attorney?
Would you like
Have you seen
to
it?
make a
Yes,
copy?
yes, we
I can
received it.
I can give it to the clerk so that she can make a copy for everyone. Yes. I'm actually referencing the City of Atlanta's one that they passed on Monday that is supposed to be exactly the same as this one that we're trying to pass, but it's not.
Right, but so if you tell us the difference from the one we do have.
That's what I'm trying to do, but I keep getting stopped. So do you want me to do it or not? Because I mean, everyone, they keep saying they don't have a copy, so do you want to just make a copy, pause, and let them make a copy for everyone? Okay, that's what we're gonna do.
Apologize.
Sorry about that. I would have had copies if I had known everybody hadn't seen it. I thought we were collaborating. Okay, there you go. Here.
How long is that going to take? 2 minutes? Commissioner Ellis, you want to speak while we're waiting for the copies?
Yeah, we can just sort of notate where there may be any differences, but these certainly are to be substantively the same. So hopefully we'll find that's the case, and it's also, there's a provision there where we could make stylistic changes and so forth to get us all in sync. But just a couple of just remarks. Hang on a second, just go back to this. As Judge Downs really eloquently said, you know, there have been so many stakeholders engaged in this, and, you know, my name's on this, bringing it forward as a sponsor of this, but I view my part as really a minority role in this, and really everybody's, from all the folks that Judge Downs noted, to really everybody up here on this dais had an engagement with it, you know, as from Commissioner Garner getting the ball rolling really with it, Vice Chair Hall and her continued work on it, Commissioner Arrington for, you know, really being part of a team that sort of brought the concept of diversion here, and the police pre-arrest diversion here. So Commissioner Hausman engaged in various meetings, Commissioner Morris, with many of our justice partners in that task force. So everybody's had a hand in bringing us to where we are today. And I want to acknowledge that and really, you know, thank everyone for their engagement. And I do think this is a tremendous opportunity that's here before us. You certainly heard from a lot of folks about the benefits of this project, and I'm not going to belabor that. I think they really do speak for themselves. And while we've been engaged in, you know, this collaborative project related to diversion, we've not been able to fully effectuate the impact of it because we've not had a place to truly divert. And without that, we never will reach sort of the impact that diversion, pre-arrest diversion can bring. We've got a partner that's willing to be engaged. Very critical that we have that. Certainly critical that we have a law enforcement partner that's engaged with us. And we've set the stage on that, and with the work that's been done over the past few years to really sort of catapult that and the impact of it. So really the timing is here right before us. The group has done a great job, I think, of establishing some metrics we can look at to say, okay, is this really working? And is it working as intended? And we've got some stuff here within the IGA that's spelled out that we can all look at and measure and see what our impact can be. There's certainly a recognition, we had this discussion at the last meeting, that there are other uses of ACDC that need to be resolved, and we still have joint work to do, both with the city on the future uses outside of diversion, whether it's inmate housing or other things. And there's a provision within the IGA that speaks to that, the need for us to conclude our negotiations relative to that aspects. So there's specific clause and recognition of that within the IGA by both parties. I think as you heard from Councilwoman Shepherd, the IGA has been approved by the city with support from, a broad group of their council, not only including Councilwoman Shepherd, but Councilman Bond and Councilman Andre Dickens, as well as others. So it's my hope that we will approve this today and get this going so that we can start having impact within our communities, as early as the first quarter of next year. I think clearly we have different funding means that we can look at to do this, and I think we should. We've not. One of the things we know certainly we have challenges related to mental health in our communities, and we've always had it even pre-pandemic. They've grown within the pandemic. We've got a lot of governmental funding, and one of the potential uses for that is mental health, and we've not dedicated really a dime to mental health. And I think that we should utilize our ARP money for funding this within the first year. And then certainly there's a lot of discussion about there's going to be settlements related to the opioid stuff at some point in time. We expect some of those funds to inure to our county. I mean, we led the way in following that action, and it was my hope that we would dedicate some of those funds to continuing to support mental health and this particular activity we have right here. So with that, I'll close my remarks, and we can get back into the discussion.
Yeah, the copies.
Yes, did she pass them out?
No.
Okay. Where is she?
No,
Where
take
is
to make
she?
copies.
Okay.
All right, Commissioner Arrington, would you like to be heard?
Certainly, I'm happy to be heard. Certainly, Mr. Chair, thank you. I'm happy to be heard. I'm a huge supporter of pre-arrest diversion and would like to be in a position to support this. Unfortunately, I cannot. I'm willing to match, up to $100 million with the city of Atlanta for pre-arrest diversion, or for the creation and the building of a new pre-arrest diversion center. But we're bidding against ourselves. We're asking to use the jail to house inmates, and they're asking to use it for a pre-arrest diversion center. So which one are we gonna do? The two are mutually exclusive. Either it's gonna be used the way it's being proposed here, or we're gonna be able to use it to house inmates. to hear about a resolution that was passed on Monday by the city of Atlanta, what about the resolution they passed to create the committee, the joint committee with Fulton County to get beds in the jail? Where's that resolution? Why would this resolution that they passed on Monday take precedence over a resolution they passed 3 months ago? Madam Clerk, when did we elect the 3 members for Fulton County's participation on the joint task force according to the City of Atlanta's first resolution? Back in August, we elected 3 members from this board to serve on a joint task force with the City of Atlanta. Madam Clerk, how many times have we contacted them about setting up that meeting? We haven't heard anything back from them. They won't even set up a meeting to talk with us about getting people off the jail floor. This is befuddling to me. It doesn't make any sense. We want to use it for A, they want to use it for B. They pass a resolution so we can use it for A, and then now they pass a resolution so they can use it for B. Can we make a friendly amendment to this that we get our 500 beds? Because I can vote for that. If we get the 500 beds, if we can make a friendly amendment to get the 500 beds that we need to add onto this, then I can support that. But it doesn't make any sense for them to just get what they need and we don't get what we need. The money is irrelevant. We can find the money, but we can't just be ignored. They can't refuse to meet with us and ask us for money at the same time. So they want us to pay $2.5 million to operate their jail, and we don't get to put anybody in there, which is the main thing we need. We're gonna pay for their operations, for them to operate, and we don't get to house any of our people there. Where do they do that? Why would we pay for their operations? As Councilwoman Shepherd reminded us this morning, it's their jail. So if it's their jail, they need to pay for their operations. If they want us to participate, they need to find 500 beds immediately. Immediately. Let's get to the table and have a real conversation. If we need to build a new center, we're already exploring building a new jail. If we need to build a new diversion center, I'm happy to vote to spend $10, $20, $100 million to match however much the city of Atlanta wants to put into that. Happy to do that. But I'm not going to participate in them ignoring our request, them ignoring their own resolution that they passed to get us beds at the jail, them ignoring our request to meet pursuant to their resolution, to authorize them. Now, maybe if there's another location, maybe, because I want to see this happen. Maybe there's another location and we could agree to put our $2.5 million over at Jefferson Center, or Jefferson Avenue. Maybe there's a different location we can use for the diversion center. Maybe, I don't know, maybe there's a business person or a landlord or somewhere with an empty building that'll let us do it. We got some property out on Fulton Industrial Boulevard. We got 3 or 4 hotels out there that we could use for not only for diversion, but for housing. So you know, I want to support this, but we haven't been put in a position, I haven't been put in a position to be able to support this. The jail can only be, maybe the jail could be used for both. But if that's the case, why would we put this November 1st resolution ahead of their May resolution? Why would we do that? Their May resolution was if the mayor and the sheriff couldn't negotiate it, that there would be a joint task force between the city and the county. And that task force would come back, and I said then, this is just a waste of time. We're gonna end up in November, and we're still not gonna have done nothing, and the people still gonna be sleeping on the floor. I wanna support this, I really do. But unless it comes with 500 beds, I'm unable to support it. Now, if the makers of this motion, the sponsors of this motion, are willing to make a friendly amendment that we have to get our 500 beds, then I'll support it. As long as we get our 500 beds with this, I'm happy to support it, even if that means we have to spend more money to get the 500 beds. But it doesn't make any sense. And I don't understand how we can allow ourselves to be outmaneuvered like this. I don't understand how we can allow ourselves to be put in a position to be used to help them and not help us. The city of Atlanta needs help, and we need help.
2 minutes, Commissioner.
I'm done. I mean, I'm done.
All right, we have our copies now. Back to Commissioner
Yes.
Vice Chair Hall.
Yes, but I do
Thank you
want
for
to.
those comments, Commissioner Arrington. Vice
Yes,
Chair Hall,
that's
you have the floor.
exactly what I was about to say is thank you, Commissioner Arrington, for your comments and bringing to our attention that we do still have a need for those beds, but they don't have to find them. The Atlanta City Detention Center is a correctional facility that has beds already, so the beds are there. Yes, absolutely, 1,300 beds. And so everyone has a copy. And if you notice, there's a note on page 3 of 4 of the actual resolution from the City of Atlanta. If you go to page 3 of 4, you'll see a note on there. It says, "Isn't this what the city's task force is supposed to do?" So, Commissioner Arrington, you're correct. With the Atlanta Fulton County Joint Committee for the jail that we were all, that you, Commissioner Abdul Rahman, and I were selected and appointed to be a part of as it relates to the Atlanta City Detention Center and what to use it for in the jail, and which we have not had one meeting for, not yet. There are things that we were supposed to do, but unfortunately we have not. If we move on to page 6 of the actual intergovernmental agreement that the City of Atlanta has passed, you'll see that from our page 6 of the resolution before us, the wording that is different is that the City of Atlanta says that
Vice Chair.
it's page 5 of the City of Atlanta's, and it's page 6 of the resolution before us. So at the bottom of page 5 on the City of Atlanta's IGA, you'll see that they said the center is envisioned as a pre-arrest drop-off point for law enforcement and will include a shared governance model comprised of a wide range of partners. But on the IGA before us, it says the center is and shall operate as a pre-arrest drop-off point for any law enforcement agency within the City of Atlanta and Fulton County. And that wording is very different. If we move on to page 7 of the City of Atlanta's IGA and page 7 of the resolution before us, the IGA, you will see that number 3 on the one before us at the bottom of the page of 7, number 7, and number 3 on page 7 of the City of Atlanta's is in the middle of the page. The wording that is different is letter A on the one before us includes Grady, PAD, and the Law Enforcement Assistance Diversion Initiative. The City of Atlanta's version does not include Grady and does not include PAD. It only includes LEAD. Now, if you turn to page 8 on the resolution before us and remain on page 7 of the City of Atlanta's resolution and reference number 4, which is overall structure and membership, letter A on the resolution before us says the board will have a maximum limit of 11 total board members. On the City of Atlanta IGA, it says the board will have a maximum limit of 10 total board members. Now, if you move down to the lowercase Roman numeral 3 under 4A, you'll see that it says one regular voting member appointed by a medical organization to be selected by the parties. On the City of Atlanta side, you do not have bullets that include that. On the current resolution before us, you'll see that it has 1 through 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. On the City of Atlanta resolution, you'll see it only has 1 through 4. And that is also because they are missing number 6, which says the city and county will collaborate. Now, this is significant because we're talking about not working in silos and collaborating. But this is one key thing that is not in the City of Atlanta's resolution at all, but it is in the one before us. The city and county will collaborate to ensure the board has an equal representation as possible of both city and county organizations and groups. It's in the resolution before us, but it is not in the City of Atlanta's resolution. And if you move on down to letter C on the City of Atlanta's resolution on page 8, and letter C on page 8 of the resolution before us, you'll see that the lowercase Roman numeral I has on the resolution before us that existing board members will present a list of co-chair and board members' nominations to the BOC and mayor's office at least 2 months before the end of each 2-year term. On the City of Atlanta's version, this is not in their document at all. Okay, moving forward, if you look at letter E, which in the resolution before us is on page 9, and on the City of Atlanta's document, it is on page 8. Letter E on the one before us says it is suggested that board members include representation from the following organizations. On the City of Atlanta, it says board members must include representation from the following organizations. And, okay, let's go to letter F on page 9 of the current resolution before us. And on page 9 of the City of Atlanta's IGA, what you'll see is on the City of Atlanta side, they have no, the subsection of letter H is missing in the representation. So let me move over, I'm sorry. Go to page 10 on the resolution. There's so much of this. On page 10 of the resolution before us, you'll see there's a letter H, which says it is mandatory that at least one board member be a representative from the Atlanta Police Department. But on the City of Atlanta's IGA, it does not say that at all. There's no letter H. Okay, and I hope that is it. All right, and so that's all of the differences right there. I fully support us doing a diversion center and a crisis center and pre-arrest diversion. As it has been stated numerous times that I've been involved for a very long time, even before being a commissioner. And so I do support this wholeheartedly, but is there a way for us to ensure that what we're asking for and what the City of Atlanta has already approved, that we can come to an agreement on what the language should say, what it should include? Because with those changes, those differences that I have pointed out, there are significant differences that we really need to resolve between the two entities. I believe in the resolution that we have before us because I feel like it is a little further along. It's more detailed, and I think it includes a lot more than the City of Atlanta. The City of Atlanta has, I would consider this a little restrictive because this resolution 876 is much more detailed. So is there, yes, Commissioner Ellis?
If I may.
Sure.
We had transmitted this to them, or our attorneys had transmitted to them and told them this was what was going to be before our board to approve. If there were differences, then this is what we're approving, and it needs to go back to them, and they need to adopt what we have.
What did you say, Commissioner?
They need to adopt what we have within the language. I mean, and relating to, principally related to board structure. So we had, that has been communicated. So why it didn't get in their final resolution. So I think we adopt our IGA, we send it back to them, and they make their changes accordingly.
All right, and so I do see that earlier I didn't see Joy Shepherd, but I see her right now. So I just want to make sure that she heard that we need for the City of Atlanta to adopt the resolution that we have before us, and you need to make the changes from the City of Atlanta side. So I don't know how you do that since you've already voted and approved this resolution, resolution 21-R4118. But I agree with Commissioner Ellis that what we have is more detailed and should be adopted to show that we are collaborating and working together.
And our committee, our joint committee hasn't met, and that resolution was passed back by you all, by the City of Atlanta in May, to talk about getting people off the floor in the jail. So I don't know how we respond to a resolution that y'all passed on Monday. I'm still waiting for y'all to respond and call a meeting. We've asked on at least 2 occasions to have a meeting with the joint committee. We appointed 3 members in August to talk about that. We still have not heard back. We still have not had a meeting. So why would I respond to a resolution passed on Monday when I'm still waiting for y'all to respond to the resolution y'all passed back in May?
So thank you all. Am I allowed to speak at this point? Thank you. I was rushed back in. Got my car out there in double parked somewhere. but thank you all. Okay, I'm stepping back in, so give me clarity on where we are now, because I heard some of it, and I'm just trying to get clarity on what is a, can y'all just briefly go through the details of it for me, please? Where are we?
Councilwoman Shepherd, maybe there were, Vice Chair Hall had noted there are some there's some slight inconsistencies within the two documents,
And the inconsistencies are specifically around what?
specifically around the makeup and construct of the main place where there are differences. And I believe that this was communicated back to you all, but somehow didn't make your resolution. The main differences are around the Justice Policy Board and the makeup of that, and who the parties are, and some of the language there. And then there are a couple other places in the initial part where there are some slightly different language in the intro, which I don't think substantively changes, kind of the scope of what we're doing. But we're looking to resolve those inconsistencies and have you all revisit your IGA and adopt and make sure we're in agreement upon, and we're in sync on our language.
I would be glad to go over that with you so that you can have a copy of what we just reviewed.
Okay.
Okay.
So where we are then, are we talking about, I think somebody asked me, the question was, how do you resolve that, since we've already passed our?
Yes, that was me.
That's what you heard? So we can always amend our legislation. We can make amendments. We did pass it knowing that it had to come to you all. Our assumptions is that, and I was not actually a part of the specifics in terms of the language of the IGA and the MOU. But to that point, if there are differences, which the law department didn't go over with me, I will make sure that we go back and look at that. At this point, that is what we can do.
So you passed legislation without looking at it?
I passed legislation on basically, when we talk about the Justice Center and all of that, those particular items that Mr. Ellis is talking about, I did see that in there. I heard Mr. Marvin Arrington say something, and Commissioner Arrington say something. I don't know if you all are talking about the two same things, but are you, the justice part, I didn't see any problems with that. So what are the issues? That's what I'm asking you. What are the issues around that?
I'm not going to go over them again. It took quite a bit of time just to get to the point of actually going over it. We have a court reporter that records every word that we say, and also, like I said, I'd be glad to go over the changes that would need to be made because I have them documented right here. So I don't want to take any more time on the floor doing that because I just went over it before you appeared again back in here. So we can get together after this, and I would gladly go over it with you.
So what are your recommendations today that you all would do? Is this the whole?
As Commissioner Ellis said, we're going to pass what we have because it is very comprehensive. And then we would like for you to take this back and amend as you said, you would need to amend your resolution to include the changes that would need to be made in your resolution.
I just have one last question for Ms. Hall.
Turn your mic on.
We're going to vote on it. I don't know what the outcome of that vote is going to be. I'm not voting for it because you all have not made good on your May resolution to have a meeting with us to talk about getting people off the floor of the jail. Why would I believe you're going to do anything you say in this one when y'all didn't do nothing in the May resolution?
Thank you. Mr. Arrington, I'll come back to you. I just need to have you answer my question in terms of the specifics that you were concerned about, because it sounds like y'all may be talking about two different things.
We are definitely talking about two different things. Commissioner Arrington is addressing the need for the 500 beds by the Sheriff's Department to help get inmates off of the floor, and the fact that the city created a Fulton County Joint Committee to address this issue, but we have not.
All
right, just a minute, everybody. Hold it. Now, we're not going to negotiate here on the floor of the.
I'm not trying to go.
Ms. Shepherd, just
Okay.
a minute now. Just a minute. If we need to have a joint meeting, have a joint group to work out the differences, we can do that, but we're not going to sit here today and go through this line by line.
Mr. Chair, I was definitely not trying to redo that again because that took quite some time. I did want to give respect to the councilwoman to answer, at least answer her question.
The one question I'm asking Commissioner Pitts, and I will not want y'all to go by this line by line, is I just want to get clarity. When you said that your concern was around the structure of the commission or the Justice Commission that was being created?
No, I didn't say that.
So again, can you explain to me, can somebody explain to me what your concern is? And then
It is simply this. The language between what was passed by the city of Atlanta and the language of what we are about to vote on is not the same. That's the bottom line.
Okay,
Okay?
all right,
All right. Thank you so much.
thank you.
Thank you. Have a blessed day.
You done? Yes, sir. Okay. Commissioner Abdul Rahman?
You know, I appreciate all
I'm
of
sorry. I meant to also add a friendly amendment to add. I would love to add my name to this resolution, the one that we have.
Wait, say that again.
I'd like to add my name to the resolution that we have before us as a sponsor. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Abdul Rahman, you have the floor.
Thank you. I appreciate the leadership of the late Joan Gardner. She was a visionary, and this would not come to fruition without her and quite a lot of people who are here and that are not here. But I would be remiss if I didn't say two things. One, we cannot tie 500 beds to this. We need a diversion center. We need it now. Do I support the 500 beds? Yes. But I don't support it being tied to this because it does not answer the question of what the diversion center does. And it should not be tied to this. Will I support any effort for us to get 500 beds? Yes, I will. But I won't support this being hijacked because that's ultimately what it would be. We need the diversion center. The law enforcement know we need it. The streets of Atlanta, when they are continually picking up low-level individuals that have behavior, mental health, substance abuse, and we are continually burdening our law enforcement, we're continually burdening our judicial partners. We are like going around in a maze, like a mouse after cheese, because we're not going to the action part. And so I would humbly ask the support of this from all my colleagues to get it out of the discussion phase. Councilwoman Shepherd has said we can make any amendments that need to be done. As I sit here and listen to the conversation, I believe some of the conversation surrounds the earlier form or the earlier version as opposed to the updated version that the law departments work so hard to get done. I am a sitting commissioner. I am not the county attorney. And so those things the county attorney needs to do with City of Atlanta's city attorney to make sure it's taken care of. And so as a sitting commissioner who's been voted in by individuals that want us to see us make a difference, I'm going to stay in my lane. Let's not politicize this. I support Commissioner Ellis. I believe it's substantive. Any changes that have not been made can be made, but we're willing to pass this today because we've got to work on our relationships at the state level to get the funding that we need and to work on the relationships to get the understanding of there is a crisis, and this crisis is affecting not only our quality of life, it's affecting our business owners, it's affecting everyone. I cannot go home without seeing the same person half-dressed walking in front of the CVS, and the police officer has to pick him up every day, only for him to go to jail. In another week or two, I see him again. We've got to do something. This is 2021. We have a crisis when it comes to diversion. We are burdening our law enforcement. We are doing our community a disservice when we begin to politicize a situation that we can work together to help. We're not going to all agree. We're not. But we can agree that there's a problem. But to try to tie this to another issue with the new jail, with 500 beds, is a disservice to the community. And I want our listening public to know that this body as a whole has been working on this diversion way before Khadijah got here. And my role is to collaborate with my colleagues to come to a solution, and I commend Commissioner Ellis and his office, because they worked so hard. And that's not to say that no one else did, but let's not politicize this. Let's do what's right by the community, by the tax-paying citizens of Fulton County who ultimately pay our salaries. Let's not continue to kick this down the road. We know we got a new mayor coming in, and we know we have the Diversion Center. We have seen it. We've gotten the information on it. Like Councilwoman Shepherd said, can we become the gold standard? Like the judge said, hey, the Braves are the world champions. Can the Fulton County Commission become the champions today for our mental health community, for our behavior community, for our substance abuse community? Are we willing to rise to the occasion today to win for the community who we've overlooked so long? We need the Diversion Center is a start, and I will support this today, and I will support it with any amendments that need to be changed, but not the 500 beds. Totally different issue. Thank you.
Commissioner Morris.
Well, as usual, Commissioner Abdur-Rahman and I are in vehement agreement on this issue. This really isn't mutually exclusive with the 500 beds or any other thing. I mean, the city council's resolution specifically says that we're going to, the city and the county agree to engage in discussions regarding other potential uses of the facility and so on. So I think that's an open question, and we are going to have a new mayor soon, and I think we're going to figure out how to resolve all of this. You know, I look at the language, and thank you, Commissioner Hall, for pointing out that there are differences. That was an important point. They don't seem, I mean, I didn't negotiate. I don't think we negotiated the words of this IGA. I don't think any of us did. So am I wedded to the specific words of our version of the IGA as opposed to the city's version? No, I'm not. And our resolution does say the county attorney is authorized to approve the IGA as to form and make necessary modifications thereof prior to execution by the chairman. It reminds me a little bit of, I guess, of Congress and the General Assembly, where they have a conference committee to resolve differences in versions. And we need to do that, but I don't think we need to insist upon our exact words. I think we ought to use that provision in the resolution to allow the county attorney, along with the city, attorneys to work out some of these differences. Some of the city changes, to me, look a little better than the version we have in front of us. So I'm not sure I want to insist on our words. So at any rate, I'm prepared to move ahead with it if we. But I saw Judge McBurney stand up a minute ago. I don't know, Judge, if you want to. You're a real lawyer. I'm not a real lawyer anymore.
Only on TV.
You could talk about your thoughts about that.
I'm here as the chair of the Mental Health, Justice and Mental Health Task Force, not as Judge McBurney. I just want to clear up the confusion about the version you have, and thank you, Vice Chair, for flagging this. You have the current version as negotiated by the County Attorney's Office and the City Attorney's Office. Attached to the city's resolution was an old version. The City Council does not need to amend its legislation. They have authorized the IGA. The City Attorney's Office has the final word as to the language of the IGA. You have that final version. So every change you noticed or difference you noticed, Vice Chair, is the current state. So Section H is in the current version as approved by the City Attorney's Office and our County Attorney's Office. And you did notice the inconsistencies, old version attached, they didn't read their legislation. But you have the latest version. There doesn't need to be a back and forth. There may be because of input from you all, but there doesn't need to be another step of back and forth. What you see is the current state of affairs of the IGA as agreed to by a county attorney's office and the city attorney's office. So I'll get with Councilwoman Shepherd so she can understand what the concerns were.
She's right there next to you.
She's right there. I just talked to her. But I want to put to rest this, why are there different versions?
Thank you.
Because of a mistake. You have the current version as agreed to by both sides. Obviously not executed yet. We need the commission to do what Commissioner Abdur-Rahman is encouraging you to do.
Thank you. I'm sorry we didn't call you up 30 minutes ago. Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that, Judge McBurney, and thank you, Commissioner Ellis, for clarifying that it is the one before us.
All right, Commissioner Houseman.
Are you done, Mr. Morris? Okay. So, you know, I first of all, I do want to thank everybody that's worked so hard on this because it is obviously something that is long overdue in our community. And I think we all agree about that. I think the issue with converging issues coming into one is the location. You know, we're talking about turning a jail that has beds that we desperately need into another use. And so you can't separate the two because the location is the location. And so I'm struggling with that too because I do know how dire our need is for bed space at the jail. And I see this language that says that we will deal with this within 12 months. And I spoke to Commissioner Ellis about this already. That concerns me that that's such a long time period. This will drag on and drag on and drag on, and there'll be no resolution if we, you know, set it for a year when we're only talking about an agreement that lasts for a year at this point anyway. So that is a big concern for me, to convert something that has a need that we have right now into something else without considering the bed space, to me, cannot be separated. And so I feel pretty strongly about that. I also not sure about the vendor selection and us not having a seat at the table to make that choice when we're paying so much of the cost of the vendor. So I would like to see an adjustment to give the county representation as we make that decision on who to use to do the service should we go down this path, which again is desperately needed. And then I also do think that it's in the best use of the county if we use our ARP funds to do this pilot project for the first year. That does not obligate us long-term, and we know exactly what we're getting for the money by using those funds that have been identified as a proper use. But my main concern is not addressing the bed space. I just cannot understand why that is being left out of this conversation.
All right, Vice Chair Hall.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Hausman. And I just want to make sure I understand what you said about the county having a part in the vendor. Is that on page 11, at the top of the page, is the area where I noticed that the operator/vendor would be contracted by the city, and it doesn't say that the county has any say-so in the operator/vendor who's contracted by the city. But this particular vendor will have complete oversight of this entire facility. Is that the area?
Yes, I just feel like if it's a joint financed
Absolutely.
operation, that we should have a say-so in the vendor that's selected.
Absolutely, I agree with that 100%. Thank you. And it was my time to speak anyway, okay. So I want to reference something that Judge McBurney said that is key to everything, and that is read your own legislation. Read it. You cannot always just defer to the county attorney or someone else. I think as an elected official, we have to read our own legislation, and just to ensure that it is what you want it to be. And this is not about politics. This is about saving lives. It's just 100% about saving lives. And everybody has been trying to do that. There is not anyone that has been against trying to do this in any way. We just need to make sure that we have everything in it that everyone needs, because believe me, the wording will matter when something goes wrong. Then everybody wants to say, well, what does the legislation say? What did the resolution say? What does the policy say? And then that's when the wording becomes very crucial in making a determination when there's an issue. So, was that a friendly amendment, Commissioner Hausman? Because I will second adding that to this for the county to have that authority.
On
On
the
the
vendor?
vendor.
Referring to the bed space.
On the vendor?
You're referring to having someone at the county representative?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I do think that should be included. I'm not sure if this is in its final version anyway, but, I do think that should be included. Again, I just don't know how we can not have something a little more defined about our need for bed space.
That I agree with that. And let me just say also, because it was told to me that there was a question about when I got all of this information. And as for those of you who don't know, all of the agenda items are supposed to be submitted to the clerk to be placed on the agenda by noon on Friday before the Board of Commissioners meeting. So in waiting to see if there had been any changes to the resolution before us, I did not receive the resolution before us until Friday noon to ensure if there had been any changes. And the city of Atlanta didn't approve theirs until Monday. So to clear that up, thank you very much.
All right, it's 12:42, colleagues. Any other comments at this time? Commissioner Arrington?
I want to resign from the joint task force with the city of Atlanta regarding the jail. Madam Clerk.
Okay, so noted.
So noted.
Any other comments at this time before we take the vote? Well, let me say this. I think that Mayor Bottoms deserves full total credit for keeping this issue before us. But it's my opinion that in about 75 days or less, we will have a new mayor. It's my position that the new mayor should weigh in on this. We're all in favor of this. I haven't heard anyone object to it. There are some issues. And I'd lastly say that the funding of it, the ARP money, that could be set aside, whether it's today or 75 days from now. That money can be used for this purpose. And I would say to you that this is going to happen, but I don't think it should happen today. And lastly, whenever it does happen, it ought to be named after Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms. Motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Did you mean the second? Mm-hmm. All right, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Cast your vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 1 nay.
All right, I entertain a motion to recess for lunch and executive session, items of real estate, litigation, and personnel. Let's vote. Madam Clerk? All right. To approve by Vice Chair Hall, seconded by Commissioner Ellis.
The vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
All right. All right, Madam County Attorney, without objection, we will resume the regular order of business. Madam County Attorney, you ready with items from executive session?
Yes. Is there a motion to approve the request for authorization set forth in item number 2 on the executive session agenda?
Motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Cast your vote, please.
The vote is open. Motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Is there a motion to approve the request for representation set forth in item 4 on the executive session agenda?
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Please vote.
And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
On page 9, on the county manager's presentation and discussion items, 21-0877, finance, discussion, 2022 budget status update.
Mr. Manager.
Yes, sir. I'm going to ask Ms. Whitmore to give you an update, a brief update on where we are with the budget process. I think as you know, we have completed a review with all of the departments. A number of your staff or chief of staff folks participated by virtue of listening to those presentations. We've tried to give serious consideration to all of the requests. I think the headline and the alternate to Sharon is that if you look forward into 2022, we could fund as much as $125 million incremental expenditures over where we are this year. So we'll finish this year spending about $10 million more than we did last year, $734 million versus $724 million. And this budget that is forming up right now, and she has a set of assumptions in terms of what goes into that, would be $126 million more than that expenditure. I think that will take us well down the path to meeting many of these requests, but not all, because we have about $195 million in request. But I just remind you, it's not an easy task to spend that much more from what we're currently spending. Again, we spent $10 million more this year than we did last year, and this represents 10 times that amount. So I think with that in mind, we have, again, a good working draft right now of where we are, but this process today is not meant to go through item by item. You have a number of meetings still in front of you before you would make a decision. You'll, of course, get to see and look at every item that we've included and any that we have not included. So there's ample time for adjustments to be made, but I wanted to put this before you today and use today as opposed to a special call meeting to get just initial impressions in any direction that you would want to give us. So, Mr. Chairman, with that, we'll ask Sharon to lead this discussion along with Hakeem and James, who have done their usual very stellar job of pulling all this information together.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Next slide, please. Mr. Anderson covered some of the points on this slide. We really just wanted to update you from the information that we shared as part of the mid-year budget review back in August, at which point in time we were projecting $734 million in revenue on $732 million in expenditures. We've updated those projections and will honestly continue to do so until we finalize the proposed budget in the next week. But currently, we're projecting now about $736 million in revenue on $720 million in expenses. That $16 million difference, so revenue will be slightly more than expenses, that $16 million difference would be added to our beginning of year fund balance, which was $227, and that will leave us with about $243 million that we'll be able to carry into 2022 to assist with balancing the 2022 budget. That's about, in total, that's about a $14 million difference from what we were looking at the mid-year. Next slide, please. As the manager indicated in his opening remarks, we have held our budget discussion sessions with each of the departments and elected officials, and received from them their budget requests, their enhancement requests and such. And what we're seeing out of these discussions is really these four sort of primary themes or drivers, if you will, of development areas for the 2022 budget. Those being elections, employees, primarily concerns around employee retention and compensation, requests received from our elected officials, primarily elected officials in the justice system, and then lastly, our continued response to the COVID-19 pandemic. The plan that we have considered and that you'll see numbers based on today makes a couple of assumptions. One is that the millage rate would remain consistent at the 9.33, that we would use the available fund balance to help balance the 2022 budget and address the areas, these four primary theme areas that we've identified. Next slide, please. Again, this is still trying to keep things at a fairly high level for the discussion today, but this is how the general fund plan is shaping up right now. The $243 million in projected fund balance, we're looking at a $745 million revenue base in 2022. Again, that's based off of the assumption that the millage rate would remain consistent at 9.33, that we would have at least 3% growth in our billable value, so that would be value outside of tax allocation districts and after any appeals are considered. And then a 96% collection rate during fiscal year 2022 for the 2022 tax billings. An $846 million expense budget, which the next slide I'll show you the components of that, and then we would be left with $142 million in projected fund balance, which is 16.67% of the budgeted expenditures, which would meet our fund balance reserve requirement. Next slide. So the $846 million, how that number is developed is by looking at first what our general base budget is. So the $730 million is what we consider to be our base budget for routine, recurring, operating expenses. And then to that, we're adding in a recommendation for each of these areas and themes that we have seen develop out of our budget discussions. Of course, the first one and one that we've been talking about a lot is the elections budget for 2022. So we're proposing and looking at a plan to provide about $33 million towards the elections budget. That is not the full amount that was requested. This would fund essentially 3 out of the 4 election cycles in 2022, with the balance for a second runoff if needed. We would need to generate that from savings and underruns through the year. So we would have to manage those savings and underruns through the year to plan for that last election cycle. $23 million for the elected officials and the justice system. $24 million to address those employee-related concerns. $16 million is a carry forward of what we currently have in our emergency reserve fund to ensure that we have the funds set aside to cover anything that may not be reimbursed by FEMA until we get a little farther down the road on the FEMA reimbursement. And then $20 million for other enhancement requests that were received that did not really fit into one of those 4 primary areas. Next slide. These next couple of slides are intended to sort of break down what's in the base budget and then what's in each of those primary areas a little bit more than what I just went through. So again, the $730 million for the base budget would fund all full-time positions, including filled and vacant positions. That would be in 2022, probably a little more than 4,200 positions. It would also provide for all of the recurring operational expenses. That's about 45% of the total budget. It would provide for our annual required pension contributions for both the defined benefit and the defined contribution plans. It would meet our debt service needs, including the 2 Procura bond tranches that we have already issued, along with the 3rd tranche that we are getting ready to bring forward to the board in this quarter so we can finalize the issuance there. That 3rd issuance is the one that is supporting the new animal shelter facility along with the public safety facility and some other governmental facility needs. It would also provide for the funding for the inmate medical contract, including the incremental cost that's anticipated in 2022. And then lastly, it provides for our pay-as-you-go capital allocation to address facility and IT infrastructure needs. Next slide, please. For elections, as I previously indicated, $33 million for information purposes. The total ask for the election cycle budget was $41.7 million, along with an additional almost $6 million for equipment and other staffing needs in the elections department. It would also, this funding would also be used to provide funding for the additional precincts that are anticipated in 2022 for full compliance with SB 202, increasing our precinct count from 257 to 271. Next slide, please. $23 million for elected officials in the justice system. This would provide roughly $14.6 million for inmate outsourcing, whether it be with the contract that the board has approved with Cobb County or some other arrangement, perhaps with the City of Atlanta at the Atlanta Detention Center. It also provides for the additional, fully funding the additional resources that were approved for the district attorney for her additional 55 positions and the lease space that was provided. And then it meets a number of other needs that were identified by our justice system partners. Next slide, please. In the employee area, we're looking at $24 million, again, to address a number of issues. One is to implement the last component of the ICS program. Also, to provide a cost of living adjustment for employees. This year, 2022, would have been the year in our multi-year pay for performance plan that we would have made our pay for performance payment a permanent adjustment to employees. Instead of recommending it as a pay for performance, we are recommending that we consider it a cost of living adjustment, considering the inflationary impacts that we're seeing currently, as well as the the general concern that we saw raised by a number of departments in their budget request for specific adjustments to certain employee classification salaries in order to attempt to bring their salaries more in line with current market. And then lastly, making sure that we had some level of resources planned in the budget to address the market salary survey that we are in the process of completing, as well as any action that the board may choose to take regarding the elected officials' compensation strategy that the Human Resource Department has been working on and presented to the board. Next slide, please. The emergency category at $16 million, and it's there in order to address the funds that we've advanced at this point that we're seeking FEMA reimbursement on, just to be sure that if we are unable to receive reimbursement, we do have that covered in our budget should we need to cover it ourselves. And next slide, please. And then the last area is the other area, and this is where we addressed a number of different enhancements that came through our review sessions with departments around behavioral health, some recurring or trailing expenses associated with deploying our multi-year IT improvement plan, some operational resources for our facilities, meeting our debt service and other commitments to partners like Grady Hospital and the Board of Health, and then planning for the costs associated with the consolidated warehouse and our building security needs. And then lastly, we did receive a significant request for vehicle replacements as part of the 2022 request, and we hope to be able to address a good portion of that out of 2021 underruns, which we've already contemplated in our expense projections for 2021. Next slide, please. This next slide is designed to show you the total of the requests that we received this year above what we consider to be the base budget. And that was about $195 million. And it's broken down into these three primary categories: vehicles, capital, operational. 8.4 of it was vehicles, 34 for capital, and about $153 million in the operating category. On the right-hand side of the slide, because this has come up in previous budget discussions as well as during millage rate setting, we did want to show the board what the millage rate implication would be if we fully funded the $195 million that was requested, and that would be about a 1.3 mil impact. Next slide, please. And then lastly, before we hear from you, we just wanted to share, of course, the next steps that the manager sort of spoke about in his comments as well. We do plan to present to you the proposed budget by November 15th in accordance with our budget ordinance, and then make a public presentation of that at the board meeting on the 17th. We would hold our official public hearing at the board meeting on December 1st, and then the board would have opportunities at any of the ensuing board meetings thereafter to make changes to the budget, and we would be prepared for adoption at either the first or the second meeting in January. And with that, Mr. Chairman, we're ready for your feedback.
All right, thank you, Madam CFO. Commissioner Morris, followed by Vice Chair Hall, followed by Commissioner Hausman.
First of all, thanks for the heads up. It's always helpful to get some sense before the budget's presented to us. A couple of questions. when you submitted or before, could you provide us a list of the asks that are not being considered by the executive team? 70, 71 million, whatever that number is, what those are and who's asked and so on. You mentioned, I believe you described an assumption of a 3% overall growth in the digest?
In billable value. So the overall growth in the digest could be more than that, but at least 3% of that would be value that we would be able to bill on.
Billable, right. Do you have some more breakdown about how much of that is new construction, how much of it's growth on existing commercial versus real estate? I still get, as I talk to commercial property owners, I still get differences, opinions about whether they think values are going to go down January 1 of 2022 or up or stay the same. And so I'm curious about your assumptions overall on those details to get to that 3% net billable. I know you're doing a Ouija board or something here with it.
Yeah, actually, we were trying to schedule another session with Dwight Robinson next week to sort of hone in on more of those finer details and get a sense of what's really happening with the appeals as they're processing them this year, so that we can see what's actually happening to the value that we're basing our projections off of. I will say that the 3% is a general assumption at this point. It's not broken down to that degree between commercial and residential. It's 2% for new growth and 1% change in value.
Okay. And then the 16 million emergency, is that in effect a contingency?
It is an additional specific reserve to cover those funds that we've already advanced for the vaccination and testing program that we're seeking FEMA reimbursement on. It's really entirely just intended to ensure that we would be covered if, with our fund balance that we have, in effect, we would be covered by that if FEMA does not reimburse us some portion or all of even what we've already advanced.
And so if that doesn't come to be, then that's in effect available.
Yes.
Other contingencies to speak of that are significant? Don't we usually put something in non-agency that's in effect a contingency?
We do. I mean, our base is $1 million for soundings emergency contingency. We would also place into non-agency the funding associated with any employee compensation, and then move it into agency budgets as needed. But we've not set aside any other large contingency amount within non-agency other than the standard $1 million for contingency and those things that would be associated with the compensation, employee compensation related items.
And then in conjunction with that scary slide about a 10.66 millage rate, remind us what a mill is worth. 45 million, 40-something million?
It's between 55 and 60 now.
I'm sorry?
It's between 55 and 60.
You said now?
Yes.
Up from?
I'm sorry, what?
Up from what, 40, was it?
It's been historically in the mid-40s and up to the, almost the $50 million or so. But I think based on this year's digest values that it was closer to 60 than to the 50 million.
Yeah, 71 million divided by the 1.3 mil increase roughly is It's about 50 something. Okay. Thank you. That's it, Mr. Chairman.
Vice Chair Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. County Manager, Madam CFO and COO, for this presentation. It is outstanding. And the first thing that jumped out at me was page 3 that said, along with the ending fund balance, provides approximately $126 million more in resources than our fiscal year 21 expense projection. That is significant. I want to go over to page 6 and say that I'm so glad to see that we are going to be able to fund full-time positions and the pension, the operational expenses, to get rid of, the debt, address the debt service and the inmate medical contract. But most of all, I want to address page 9 and concerning our employees who have stuck in there and done their jobs through 2020 and 2021 and COVID and all the challenges that we faced, and continue to serve our residents of Fulton County with a smile and the best customer service known. And I think that, with inflation happening, and we saw a recent article about Social Security is being increased to a level that we have never seen in the history of the United States, and it's all based on inflation. And we can all look around and see that inflation is impacting all of us. And so I think that we most definitely need to pass some pay increases, some cost of living increase for our employees, because they are significantly impacted by this inflation. The cost of our property costs are going up. I know just my home alone, the taxes doubled. So I'm sure that everyone else, and I'm hearing from other residents in my district, but our employees, we need to look out for them. I'm sure that you understand retention is key, because on page 9, it states here that market forces and inflationary pressures and the great resignation phenomenon are affecting the county's ability to maintain and attract new qualified candidates. But I want to make sure we address the employees that we already have who are here, and they are working hard. The ICS, absolutely, and so much more. Behavioral health, I'm really pleased to see that in here, especially in light of the fact that we just passed the resolution for the diversion and crisis center. And IT, I want to see you work a little better on this new deployment of 365. So I hope these IT operational resources to deploy our roadmap plan is also inclusive of this new rollout of 365. I was always told it through my entire 30-year career as an IT executive that I can always find something wrong with the application. I'm the person who will break it. Microsoft and so many other companies always called on me to be one of their testers because I could really break some stuff. So I've broken 365 from what I understand. I was told that that I received more emails than the entire 10th floor, and that it can't handle the amount of emails that I receive, and there's not adequate storage in 365 to store what I'm getting. That there may not be an enterprise vault that comes with 365, and I think that would not be a good thing, because we all need that enterprise vault, not just me. And so I'm hoping that funding will go towards really addressing those concerns and making 365 usable for all of us. Also, when I look at Atlanta, but even more so Fulton County, economic development is very important for Fulton County. And we need to play a significant role in the creative industries. it shouldn't just be Atlanta. It should be all of Fulton County. And I see you shaking your head, Madam COO. And I think that we need to really look at the way that we're structured in Fulton County and think about, is there a better way to structure us to be a significant player in the creative industries? You know, I remember when in the 90s when I was here in the IT department, there used to be a gentleman who, he was that point of contact between us and the state on location scouting. And we always knew when there was something being filmed in Fulton County and where it was going to be filmed. So actually we knew where to avoid so we wouldn't drive there and end up getting caught in traffic. But these are things that I see that we need to continue to address and that are lacking. I don't see that information coming to us anymore. And I think maybe we need to start looking at literally having a department that addresses cable, television, film, music, and entertainment. There were a lot of people from these industries at the recent film event that we had in the front on the lawn. And they all came up to me and said, Fulton County is the top county in the state, the largest and everything, but you guys are not as involved as the city of Atlanta. And I cringe because I hate to hear that, because I think that we should be, and I think that we all want to be, and we want to see that economic development that's spurred from that. So I think we need to look at being supportive of a sustainable creative economy and labor market for Fulton County. Maybe look at how can that be created with also working with our arts and culture department, and just how can we spur that on to be a bigger thing through Fulton County. You know, they say that Atlanta has everything, but everything is in Fulton County, even Atlanta. So I'd like to see what you come up with and working on that, and especially addressing our employees immediately with this inflation. Thank you for your presentation and all your hard work.
Commissioner Hausman?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of basic questions. You've got a revenue estimate where you're starting of $730 million, is that correct? Because I see 745 on the previous page, so I'm not sure.
Well, our projection for this year is 736. And next year, we're looking at 745.
Okay, so the FY22 plan that starts with 730, should that actually be 745? On page, they're not numbered, I guess that's page 5.
Oh, the 730 million on, go back one slide. That 730 million, that's the expense budget. That's the expenditure-based budget.
Okay.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
So what we're basing everything on is 745 million in revenue?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the collection rate you're using this year?
96%.
So you're doing 96. And what did we end up with this last year? I see different levels of how the projections have changed, so.
So our 2021 projection now assumes a 96% collection rate, and that we would carry the other 4% over to 2022. And then the 2022 is also a 96% collection rate. And of course, if we receive more than that in this, if this year, if we receive more than 96%, we'll make an adjustment in next year's prior year number, and then we could consider increasing the collection percentage that we're basing the 2022 budget off of. But for right now, we're projecting 96% in 2021 and using that as the basis in 2022.
Okay, so you're starting your mid-year projection in August in 2021 of 734, and then by November, it had gone up to 736. Sorry, I can't recall what we started at the beginning of the year with the projections, but obviously, we're doing better in the revenue side than, in our estimates, we're on the conservative side, so we're always doing better. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then the expenses that went down from 732 to 720, is that basically salary savings?
It is. It's primarily in the salary savings area. We also have underruns on the operating side as well, but our vacancy rate has run a little bit higher this year than what it has previously. So we're seeing a lot more in the salary savings area.
Okay, and then this elections number, 33 million, does that include the expense of building out the warehouse, or is that a separate item?
No, that's addressed in the other,
Okay.
in the other category.
Okay, and then we will see the breakdown of what everything has been asked for in 2 weeks, is that the plan?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, so we'll share the enhancement request list as well as what we recommended funding on and what we did not when we present the budget in its full form.
So if one of the commissioners has an item that we don't see on that list or something that's brought to us, what is the proposed or preferred timeline to get that information to you or to the body?
After the proposed, are you asking after the proposed budget is submitted? It can be brought forward in any one of the budget discussion sessions that, we'll put an item on the agenda for each meeting in December going into January. So those could be brought forward during those discussion items.
All right, thank you.
I'm next in the queue, but I just had a couple of comments. I think if you're just looking for feedback, I think in terms of what you've got, I think structure-wise, I think it's pretty sound, what you've laid out and the way you're going about doing it. So I'm generally on board with your framework. I guess we're just at a macro level, one of the things I want to ensure that we're doing is that I do think this is a bit of a transitional year in the sense of how we're going to have to go about funding certain things, right? And we're dealing with some unknowns, certainly within what's going on in the labor market. Whether what we saw in the previous 3 months are going to be a sustainable trend or they're going to really dial back substantially. I mean, I'm not sure we exactly know, right? So I think we do need to appropriately plan for what we're seeing right now, and I think you've reflected that. But to say that what we've seen in the past 3 months is going to be a permanent trend that's sustainable throughout all of next year, who knows, right? I mean, we're dealing in a pretty volatile environment economically on a lot of different fronts. It's not necessarily embedded within, I guess, the budget itself, but one of the things while we're talking about staffing and just sort of planning for next year, it's budgetary, it's operational. I think I said it before and I'll say it again. I do think we need to have a very intentional strategy about hiring new people in, training them into roles, as opposed to hiring experienced people in. And I know we've been doing a little bit of both, but I'm not sure we have as an intentional strategy about hiring entry-level people in for the first-time jobs I'm talking about, right? Whether it's trade schools, technical schools, colleges and universities, et cetera, into some of these key areas that we've sort of struggled with hiring right now. I think we have to have an intentional strategy around that versus just being in competition with everybody else for experienced hires. The other thing I just want to note, and is just you all reflecting upon it, just making sure that we feel like we are maximizing application of our rescue plan funding. As I think it's really important. I mean, looking back, I mean, if we get into Project Orca, and we're into it right now, but if we get it to the end of the year and we're underrunning spending, we've got a certain amount of time to spend this stuff. we're in sort of a transitional year in terms of, how we fund positions, what is the right level of staffing for justice when we get to a normalized level, all that sort of stuff. I do just want to make sure we feel like we are not being too conservative in our spending of American Rescue Plan funds. And do we need to be slightly more aggressive with that, with some of this stuff that's sort of, should it be general fund? Should it be something else? Is it long-term? Is it permanent? Is it short-term? So just, we reflect upon that as we're going through this. And then probably, I'll just say this before I forget to mention it, and it's not really probably that germane to this year's budget, but I do think, running 2-3 years out, I think we need to start having a very intentional discussion around our participation in TADs, when they expire, when these things roll off, because there's a substantive amount of, funding that obviously is rolled up in this stuff that probably exceeds the thresholds that they should be. And I think us having an intentional understanding of that and making some intentional statements about our desire to be out of them, right? When some of these should definitely be sunset. And we understand the implications on that, on our budget. It won't be this year, but, 2, 3, 4 years out. So just before I forget to mention that, just wanted to throw that out there.
Thank you, Commissioner Ellis. Commissioner Morris?
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner Ellis, for mentioning the TADs. I've said it before, 1/6 of Atlanta's tax base is inside a TAD. And again, those properties inside those TADs pay only the base year's taxes into the general fund of the city and the county and the school board. And, I keep raising that question on the Invest Atlanta board because they're the ones that administer the TADs. And the Atlantic Station one, should be over, but it hasn't gotten over. The bonds haven't been paid off, but in a couple of years they will be, and we'll see that infusion. And we'll try to continue to raise the question on the others.
Thank you, Commissioner Morris. Any other questions or remarks? All right, seeing none. Madam Clerk, will you sound the next item?
Yes,
please?
continuing on page 9, 21-0878, External Affairs, Presentation 2022 Legislative Agenda.
All right, let's see if I got the right button. Good afternoon. Everyone has told me how much they would like this presentation to last at least 30 minutes, so we're going to do our best to read everything. Ms. Calhoun is with me. She has a lot of notebooks. As is our normal procedure, we are presenting to you for the first time the 2022 legislative priorities draft. This is still a working draft document, and this is based on the conversations we have had preliminarily with each commission district and your teams, along with feedback from many of our departments. After today's feedback, we will also be having further discussion with the executive team and hearing any additional thoughts and concerns you may have. So we're just going to kind of go through these and then hear any feedback from the board. This is also an opportunity, of course, for the public and our colleagues across the county to hear from us. Next slide, please. So this is a summary slide of the priorities that we have discussed with the board, and we'll just kind of go through these one by one. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So today actually began the special session of the General Assembly to begin the redistricting process based on the 2020 census results. We've had some discussion with some of you already and are scheduled to meet with others to discuss your thoughts about what the future map of Fulton County would look like. The populations of commission districts are currently out of balance based on the results of the 2020 census. And so the redistricting process would seek to rebalance those districts. So we would, what would be the ideal is for this board to agree upon a map and then submit that to the General Assembly to request for their approval. So we view that as one of the most impactful things that we will do during the upcoming session. Next slide, please. This is a discussion item that we've discussed with the board members. There has been a movement in some local governments to have nonpartisan members instead of partisan races. There are some pros and cons perhaps to this. It's something that we have discussed with several of you. And again, we want to continue to hear your feedback about whether this is something that you believe we should pursue. This would require a referendum of Fulton County voters, and it would take effect in a future time. Next slide, please. There's been a lot of discussion, including at today's meeting, about behavioral health. And we really view behavioral health as one of the areas of linkage among many of our priorities as a government. Both, of course, we've talked about criminal justice at length today, which is a major cost center for the county and one of our most important responsibilities. Behavioral health is also one of the services we provide as a human service. It also kind of undergirds our work with many of the nonprofit partners that we engage with. So that you see a number of priorities here, one of which I'd like to highlight was about funding. We have been receiving funding through an earmark allocation from the General Assembly for wraparound services for permanent supportive housing. And I saw Catherine was here this morning, and this is really supporting that Partners for Home program with our behavioral health case management services. In addition to that, another funding opportunity would be the Behavioral Health Crisis Center that we have had a lot of discussion about, and I think Ms. Roach and others presented that at the most recent board meeting before today. In addition to that, the discussion about opioid settlements and ensuring that any state dollars are allocated at the local government level. So these are a few areas that we've highlighted here. Next slide, please. We've, again, talked a lot about the justice system, specifically looking at, this is really about compensation. This has come up in recent board meetings about compensation for certain elected offices compared to others. ACCG has talked about a unified salary study committee for state constitutional officers. We really believe and would recommend that all elected officials in Fulton County, that those salaries be examined and reviewed for fairness and equity. Next slide, please. This is something we've talked about at length, criminal justice ceiling. And this is also about expansion of, we're very familiar with the record restriction process for criminal records. This would be a proposal to expand that to include certain housing judgments, and specifically dispossessory actions and evictions and things of that nature. And this is very time-bound to the pandemic. Fran, is there anything you want to add on that?
Thank you, Jessica. Fran Calhoun from the Department of External Affairs also. With regard to this item, the certain really references on the classification of non-payment of rent. So if a tenant is being evicted for criminal action or some other violation on that property, this would not apply to them. This only is applicable to those families that are being evicted for non-payment of rent. And this would also be a one-time ceiling that was really the request of both Vice Chair Hall and the chief magistrate judge. The final bullet is lessening the overall time period for which a dispossessory filing would follow a resident. So currently, it follows a resident for 7 years. That's a long time for someone not to be able to go somewhere else and get adequate housing. And so we were asking that that be reduced to 3 years. And so those are the other particulars.
Thank you, Ms. Calhoun. Next slide, please. Similarly, these are some priorities we've discussed in the past with the justice system leaders, and they really talk about reentry as well as diversion. And I think, again, the board has considered some things here, as well as state funding for expanded accountability courts and diversion programs. Next slide, please. Similarly, these are a few very specific requests for the Office of the Child Attorney that relate to juvenile dependency and a very specific set of cases that they work with. So I won't go into detail here, but these were some requests from the Office of the Child Attorney. Next slide, please. This is an issue that most of you are familiar with that we have worked on for several years about homeowner protections and transparency. And this is somewhat of a tailored version of that to address homeowner associations and their role and their impact on residents. Next slide, please. And I think we have what we call policy positions, which are not necessarily a very specific legislative ask, but are other issues that we're continuing to track and advocate with. Next slide. So obviously, COVID-19 remains a major priority, and ensuring that we are receiving all funding streams available through the state is one of our largest priorities in this area. Elections, major impact here. So continuing to evaluate election law and the impact on Fulton County. Just yesterday, for example, with SB 202, there are some provisions that because the Atlanta polls are open an hour longer, do have an impact on Fulton County differently than they would on any other county other than DeKalb. Obviously, the airport, we've had some really big progress with the airport legislation in the last couple of years, continuing to advocate for state funding, and we believe that is a major opportunity. Next slide, please. This is something that we've had some discussion with each of you about the Development Authority. We expect that the Development Authority is something where we will see legislation proposed. In talking with the board, we really did not hear support for something such as a takeover or major changes to the Development Authority, but certainly recognize that there are some opportunities to continue to work on the many improvements that the Development Authority leadership have already enacted and have that ongoing dialogue. Sex trafficking, gang activity, these are major issues that are facing our justice system partners, and they have provided some input, and of course this board has taken a lot of leadership in those issues as well. Affordable housing solutions, we recognize that need, as well as homelessness services, and so want to keep those priorities at the forefront. Next slide, please. Homestead exemptions, a tried and true favorite. We continue to see very complex homestead exemptions introduced, and we have seen the benefit of simplified homestead exemptions for our residents. Transit is a huge issue continuing to face Fulton County. We do not necessarily believe we'll see a lot of activity in this, perhaps in this legislative session, but it remains a priority for Fulton County. Medicaid coverage for heart transplants, I know this is an issue that Vice Chair Hall has been very much an advocate for, so we have continued. This is one that was adopted in a previous year, and we are continuing to work on that. Next slide, please. And then creative industries, which is an important economic development area. As you all are aware, there are a number of subsidy programs and other programs to support these industries. They are a vital part of Fulton County's economy, and we have simply kept those as priorities here as well. I'm going to ask Ms. Calhoun to also talk about a couple of ACCG priorities that will be considered at their upcoming session that we believe are of interest to you.
Thank you. On November the 14th, the members of ACCG are expected to vote on their 2022 legislative policies, and several of those are ones that we will bring back in their final form, and they probably are already in their final form, but we wanted to have them already adopted when we brought them to you. And so we'll bring those to you on the 17th at that meeting. And one is related to participation, really kind of expanding participation in the Development Authority tax abatement issue. And that is also allowing for, there are three main provisions in that. And one is to allow for legal standing for all to participate in bond validation proceedings. And so all of the governments that would be impacted by some of the development abatements that are set forth, they would have an opportunity first to get a confidential notice and then also to be able to participate in those bond validations. The next is regarding the single county T-SPLOST law. And that is something that we, of course, know is of interest to this board. We understand that ACCG is proposing that not only would the county be allowed to realize within that 5-year window its estimate of the sales taxes that would be collected, but to continue beyond that if it realizes that amount before the end of the 5 years. So that would be a benefit to the county. There are some mental health reforms that they are putting forth, also on Next Gen 911, and some additional sales tax around digital goods, since most of us are buying our goods online these days. So we will bring those back to the board once they have been voted on, but we do want to let you know that those are forthcoming.
That's all we had, Madam Vice Chair and Board, so let us know if you have any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? All right. Oh, Commissioner Hausman?
I'm just curious, you know, every year it seems like we have a theme of things that the legislature will be focusing on. Last year was elections, for example. Are y'all hearing any themes this year?
Redistricting seems to be, we expect that is going to be really dominating the conversation right now. Commissioner Fran, I don't know if you've heard any others as well.
So in addition to redistricting, we are hearing there may be some opportunity to look at, I was going to say Title 21, but the Elections Code. Again, I'm not sure how strong an interest there is there, but as you are aware, a lot of rules have not been promulgated to actually implement some of the changes in SB 202. So we've heard some talk of that. Again, don't know how strong that is.
And then I know that we're reviewing our lobbying contract. When will we see a recommendation on that?
At the next meeting.
Next meeting? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hausman. Anyone else? All right, and I just wanted to ask a question about the process. How will this process yield a different result that is more in line with what is submitted by the Board of Commissioners as it relates to redistricting? Because we know that the last time we went through this, I wasn't commissioner, but I was chief of staff, and I did go over to the state with my commissioner, and we went through a long process of redrawing the lines. And then at the end of it, what we got was Chairman Pitts sitting in an at-large seat running against the actual chairman at that time, who was Eves, and Commissioner Darnell and Commissioner Edwards having to run against each other. And then the biggest thing, another big thing, the Darnell Center, which is named in honor of Commissioner Darnell's mother, was removed from her district and placed into my district. And so how will the process this year yield a different result that is more favorable to everyone on the Board of Commissioners?
So I'll take a quick response to that, Vice Chair. So the map that the board currently operates within was adopted in 2013. So it was not a product of the overall redistricting process. There was a previous map. And then in 2013, there was an additional map that was adopted. And so I would say those two processes were separate and distinct. And so, you know, ultimately, it's up to the General Assembly to adopt the map. And I think our role is to advocate for a map that we hope that this board will come to agreement on. It is a complex issue, and that's one that we'll bring forward. But I would say that the map you're referring to was not a product of the redistricting process. That was a separate legislative item that occurred in 2013.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't see anyone else in the queue. Madam Clerk, any additional items on the agenda?
No further items, Vice Chair.
Thank you, and I would call this meeting to, all right, thank you, Commissioner Morris. I'll second that, and we are done. Thank you, everyone. Have a pleasant evening.
For a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.